Hi there, Stream 175. I was about a minute and 50 seconds late. I apologize for those who are like right there at the beginning. I got a little bit distracted. So, this is the last day of my stream before I jump into the deep end of trying to put my game platform online. So, I'm hoping to finish up the metrics reporting that I was working on for the last few days and get these reports to be published as emails. And then I'm moving on to a bunch of random different tasks. In fact, I'm not even sure what I'm going to work on, but this is only if I actually get that far. I did boot up my Linux box, and that's one reason why I was a little distracted at the beginning of the stream. Hey there, Nui. Hello again. I think I missed your first hello. So I had booted up the Linux box, and I saw a few problems. And they're not showstoppers, but it sort of distracted me. So I'll get to that after I get done with the reporting stuff. So, right, where I was yesterday is we have a daily metrics report, but it's not being emailed, and it doesn't include the hourly wrap-up. So I have this copied from last day's plan so that I get the full list of things I want to include. And then I was going to consider putting these into the daily metrics as well. So yeah, let's go start with the hourly wrap-up thing. So the hourly wrap-up is the execution of the stats on stats update. It's on stats roundup executed, so we don't have that yet. So let's add it. Oh, you're watching Kit Boga too? I was watching him as well. He's talking to someone that he can barely understand right now. It's kind of funny. So let's see. Coordinator test. Yeah, I was just laughing. I was literally laughing really hard when the winning vote was the question, is gunpowder just angry sand? Oh, it just cracks me up. All right. Daily report, hourly wrap up, right? Actually, don't I want? I just want to copy this whole thing. Daily report, update on hourly or stats roundup. Since it's not necessarily hourly. Hacking the credit system, yeah. I couldn't really understand him very well. Hacking the credit system. All right. I think I need to set up the interval for the stats update. Here it is. Stats roundup. I need this part. Might need all of that, right? These ones are redundant. These ones are redundant. There we go. Okay. Add some initial time. Set a certain roundup interval. Advance time to just after the end of the day so that it starts a clean file. And then I guess the act will be, there's a roundup, right? Actually, I guess that means I don't need this interval. Yeah. That was just a test that it's added, right? Right? Yeah, appended on schedule. Yeah, okay, so I don't really need it. Get rid of it. We're just going to make one. Round up. Aha. There was an initial stats update. Do I need that? What was that for exactly? Oh, yeah, that was for the last test, so I don't need this. Yeah, this can be considerably more simple. Just do that. And then there's just a total time, right? And actually it doesn't really matter what it is. There's no join time, there's a term. There we go. That's what's missing. Declaration of that variable. Set the term, set the command. Publish that as a new entry. Publish that it's been committed. Have the executor pretend that it executed the command. And I think what's important is that we need the executor to return the actual report so the coordinator can append it to the daily report. Daily report, yeah. I think what I'll do is just have the entire report as a sub-object of the results. And just say like foo bar is the report. Hey there, Mr. Love Pickle and Shake Soda. How are you guys doing? Good morning indeed. Alright, so this is appending the stats roundup to the daily report. So here's a pretend stats roundup report. And it's going to basically look what actually gets put into the daily report. So this should be type stats roundup. This is boilerplate. And I think I just do this, right? Something like that. Hey there, Jesta. Have I been on Twitch since it was just on TV? No. Well, maybe. I registered an account in like 2014, and it was really just to... I did a few streams of World of Warcraft, and watched a few World of Warcraft streamers, and then I didn't really use it for much for a few years. Didn't really start using Twitch in earnest until around... Actually, about around this time last year. When was it just on TV? Is that more than 4 or 5 years ago? I think it was Twitch when I first joined, so I know it wasn't called Justin TV. And let me give you a wave anyway. There you go. Alright, running the test. No report added. Okay, so let's add a callback when the roundup is executed. Cool. So how long ago was that? Do you remember, Shake Soda? Is that more than 5 years ago? I don't know why. I don't think mine's that old. Okay. Uploaded to a JTV link. That's weird. Well, the image isn't that old. I changed that like a couple months ago, if that. Let's see. Oh, right here. Command execution delegates. Right, stats. I'm gonna guess it was some hiccup in Twitch. Yeah, it's a rabbit. It's just a placeholder avatar. There's a little story behind it, but it's just random. It was something that I photoshopped into a picture of my backyard for the kids at one point to prove to them that the Easter Bunny did visit the house while they were gone, and it was the Easter Bunny that dropped off all the candy. So I had that image sitting around. When I needed an avatar to put for a profile, I'm like, okay, I'll use the bunny picture. And then I updated it recently because it was mostly black and white, and it's hard for people to tell if you're online or not, because when you're offline it shows also a black and white version of it. So I just quickly filled the background with green. Need a water shader. Oh, nifty. Yeah, that can be a big boost to the appearance of a game. Is a nice water shader. Like What Irish John Gaming has looks pretty neat. I don't know what he uses, or if it's something built into Unity or something else. Yeah, well, just it works for a while, and then when they get older, they kind of get a little salty about any attempt to fool them and do that kind of thing. Like this year, they were like not impressed. It was sort of sad. My youngest was even not impressed. I'm like, I guess this is the last year that I pretend the Easter Bunny came by. Oh, it was just flat plastic? Okay, so anything would be an improvement. I need to go to this declaration so that I can make a copy and make it on a stats roundup executed. Let's put it here. Okay, let's go where this is defined. I'll do the same thing where I don't actually care about the command itself, do I? Oh, no, yeah. I just need the results, and it only should be handled by the leader of the cluster. And also only if we're caught up. I need to be careful about that. Actually, I wonder if that's why I was getting these spurious server restarts. Because it's not looking at whether we're caught up with the cluster or not. So it could be processing old stat updates. Yeah, I had that as a note yesterday, right? Extra server restart entries being added even if there's no leadership change. That might be, and also this spurious restart, that might be because this is not checking for if we're fast forwarding through the journal on startup or not. I bet you that's what it is. So I can have it early return in that case, right? Yeah, I can actually have it early return as early as this. If we're not the leader or not caught up with to cluster. Return. Yeah, okay. And the same thing. Let's do the same thing down here for this condition. Okay. So we're going to take the results and pull out the report. And then append it to the daily report. How did I do that? Append to daily report. Here we go. And then an entry. So I see one up there I can copy paste. Oh, cool. Pictures. Well, that looks cool. Oh, that you need water? Yeah, it looks like blue carpet, doesn't it? Like an alien grassy plain. Right. Although, you know what? Yeah. I guess I'm the kind of person that doesn't really mind if the visuals aren't, you know, super advanced. Yeah, the trees need a bit of work too, right? It's obvious that it's a flat, especially with the edges. Should I continue critiquing, or if you had enough of my critiquing? Oh yeah, I actually recognize that right off the bat. Everything looks pretty cool, except for, yeah, the water looks like blue carpet, and the trees up here is obviously a flat image, which could be on purpose, right? If that's a mechanic that you're putting in there, that's obviously a facade. But otherwise, yeah, that's the only thing that stands out to me, other than the blue water carpet, is that this is flat. Otherwise, pretty good. Oh, in the real game, they're flat too? Is that why? So it's like an homage to the real game? We say the real game, but we're talking about the inspiration behind Shake Soda's game, right? Okay, this is type whatever I wanted it to be. Stats roundup, yes. And it's just report. Report. Oh, test data, I see. Cool. Why is it failing? What did I do wrong? Oh, I didn't rename this. Now what? Compiler? Why you error, bro? Not a member of messaging. Oh, it's on stats roundup executed. That's back here. I did that mistake yesterday. Okay, cool. Monkey Ball styled. Oh, I love that game. My kids like that game too. That game had surprising depth in mini games, so it held our attention longer than most other games. All right, cool. I haven't run these all today yet, so let me do that. So if that's working, okay, the executor needs to return the report. I'm not doing that yet. I don't think it's actually, is it doing anything at all? On, I would find it in the executor actually. On, come on, IntelliSense, you can do it. There we go. Yeah, okay, I remember this now. It's making the report and then throwing it away. So that's the last piece then. I guess I'm just updating this test, right? Yep. So expect to get some JSON value out of the execution results report. And here's where I go back to the plan to see what did I want in that hourly report. I went total game time, all right. What was in this? What am I looking at? Yeah, the roundup. Oh, it was already there. I have everything I wanted there. Total time, delta accounts. Okay, there are some things missing. Oh, that's right. I wanted the coordinator to add stuff to it. I forgot about that. Yep. Hey there, Clayman. Need to figure out how to put off bulletproof collision against moving stage objects before you can confidently say it's a game you can complete. I see. Collisions can be tricky. I was using the bullet library. No pun intended, because you said bulletproof. I was using bullet collision library, and there's always a few things with collision I couldn't quite figure out. And I'd look at the code, the implementation of the bullet, and it was kind of hard for me to read. Custom collision engine, nice. Yeah, that's one of those things that I felt like I didn't know enough to make my own, so I used Bullet. And I tried Newton for a while because I had a problem with Bullet I couldn't figure out. But then Newton had its own issues, so I went back to Bullet. Actually, the whole point of having this test check it was so that I wouldn't have to do it here. Right? So I really just need to see that it's returned. I guess I just need to check one thing out of it, right? Let's check for total time. Should be 60. So that would be execution results report total time, right? Interpreted as a double. Okay, let's do that much. Run it. And then fix the code. So I think all I need to do is say return JSON object report and then call roundup. Well, that feels funny. What I'd rather do is have that go into report. Const auto report equals that. Oh wow, cool, nice. Shake Soda's the real deal here. Game jams is something I'd like to get into at some point, like Ludum Dare. Do you say Ludum Dare or Ludum Dare? I've heard it both ways. Cool. So there was one other thing that I noticed from my notes. There are some things I want to add, like total accounts registered, not the delta. And I wanted to have the coordinator do that part. So I think I want to include that in this. So the report will have a bunch of junk, but then this should have stuff added to it. So there's foo bar, which is just a test that whatever the executor gave us, we include. But then I want extra stuff. So I want total accounts. Let me make sure it doesn't collide with what the roundup actually has in it. Right, so total time, so make sure I have delta accounts, so I should have total accounts. And that should be just pulled straight from the players database. So let's just add test user and add test user 2 and all that stuff. So that we should get 2 for the number of total number of accounts. You did 30 and 39, okay. So the last one was 44, and they're what, twice a year? So it's been a couple years, Clayman? $48. Oh, there's a 72-hour one? I thought it was just 48 hours. Oh, they're 3 times a year. And now they're moving to 2, I see. Too many per year, maybe? Okay, ending journal index. We need to have that. So that we have from this variable. +1, right? So it should be that I expect for... I can name it whatever I want. How about last journal index? And what else do I want? Let's see. These are already included, so I think I'm done. Yeah, so one reason I want to do one of these code jams is it'll force me to pick a sufficiently small scope that it can fit in 48 hours. Because if there's one thing I'm really terrible at, it is picking, well, not picking, coming up with a schedule that's realistic. So I'll say, oh yeah, that'll take me a day, and it ends up taking me 7 days. So if I try a game jam and I say, oh, I can do that in 48 hours, and then I get 48 hours into it and I'm like only a quarter of the way done, it'll maybe help train me to the next time I pick something 1/4 of the scope and then say, oh, this feels like it'll only take 12 hours, and then in reality it actually fills up the whole 48 hours and I get something done. So that kind of thing would be nice to do, just to help me get trained in making predictable schedules or accurate schedules. Okay. Oh, it got thrown in there. Oh no, there's the report, and the report is just missing these extra things. So let's put them in. Yeah, so we're going to modify this report. So just auto and not constant, and then we'll include in the report total accounts. And then we'll go to the player subsystem, which is, I mean, the profile subsystem has the players, and then we can, I don't need all the records, I just need to know how many. So let's invent another method for this. Get count. And then last journal index. There we can go to the raft subsystem, to the journal. And it does have a get last index, so we can just call that. Okay, but this doesn't exist yet, so let's add that. Oh, Newtonsoft JSON? I used that in my last job. And I kind of was inspired by that implementation to make my own JSON class. So Newtonsoft one is a bit better than mine, I think, but it's also more lines of code. Mine's, I think, shorter and simpler, but not as good. Not invented here syndrome is tough. Yeah, that was a big thing at my last company. It probably is one of the reasons why I like to do stuff from scratch, because of the not invented here syndrome. Oh, Newtonsoft doesn't work with mobile platforms? Huh. I don't remember running into that. But then again, I never did try it on mobile. Polymorphism. Polymorphism is one of those things that they teach you in school, and you're like, oh yeah, I'll make everything a class hierarchy. And then you run into the real world, and it's like, well, no, composition is better than polymorphism, like 9 out of 10 times, so. Yeah, I reinvent stuff all the time just because it's fun. That's the only real excuse I have. Near Ultimate Evil, I wouldn't say it's that bad. I would just say it's a trap you can fall into where you can end up making designs that don't stand up and aren't scalable in large applications. Whereas if you make compositional structures, you find that you can stack them and embed them a lot more cleanly. It's more, using composition lends itself to a lot more useful design patterns, whereas polymorphism, it kind of goes against the grain of a lot of design patterns, I think. Okay. Yeah, players, right? Need to add a count function. Test F. Players tests. Get count. All right. So let's just add a few test players and then get the count. Sound good? Hold on, let's just look. Oh, I think the setup actually adds a few test ones for us. Yeah, so I can just add the second one. Yeah, and then expect 2. Actually, I can do both, right? I can say expect equal 1 for players get count. Add player 2 and then expect 2. Alright, so that's my tests. Players. Ready, players. Let's put it up here. I feel like putting it here. Return the number of registered players. There we go. There we go. It's weird that I had to try that twice to have it go to the correct place. Alright. We need to Make it thread safe, and then we can just return the size of the records. There we go. I love the decorator pattern. It's how you make men in the middle. I'm also kind of a fan of the visitor pattern, even though my mentor always told me you'll never use the visitor pattern, except in a few places. So if you ever find yourself using the visitor pattern, you should question your design. I've ended up using it twice now in this game. Thanks for the follow, John Arcady. Okay, first the player's test will run that. Make sure it works. Yes. Okay. So then moving on to the messaging test. This should work now, right? Yes. Okay. So run them all, and then I'll just do the end-to-end test, and then I'll move on to email. Yay, email. How else can you traverse an AST? So that's one of the reasons why you use the visitor pattern, to traverse a syntax tree. But how often do you traverse abstract syntax trees in normal apps, right? Maybe editors should have an option where inherited members are visible in the class file with grayed out. Uh-oh, I got a failed test. Daily report update on server restart. Oh, did this pass before and I broke it by fixing something else? It's not generating a report for some reason. Why not? Right, change the join time. Is this a spurious test? No, it's always failing. So I can actually debug this then. This should have been handled by the coordinator. Stats update executed here. Okay, so let's debug that. It actually might be that. I added that, right? So what does caught up to cluster mean? Oh, that's why, yeah, that is why it broke. Yeah, okay, so I need to simulate a caught up. This thing is needed. After we advance mock time. Oh no, it already is there. Okay, so then it's something else. I should not be so quick to say, oh, I know what it is. It is returning. Is it the leader is not correct? Caught up to cluster is false. But I told it was true. Oh, it's doing it too late. It's not accepting this stats update to begin with. Okay. So we got to move this up to here. There we go. You prefer buggy mess. Yeah. Buggy mess is kind of cool. If you like refactoring, I guess. Hey, if your end goal is a tangled mess, then you don't need to think. Just write code. And then try to make it do something, and then it'll become a tangled mess. All right. I think I'm ready for an end-to-end test. I'm pretty sure that will pass all the tests. All right. Before I have it run, I need to tune some of the numbers so that it happens more frequently. So that's in the main, that's in the staged configuration file. Stage config. Stats, roundup interval, and update interval. So let's see, I reduce these back to 5 seconds and 15 seconds, respectively. Okay, ready to go. Here we go. So, let's monitor one of the journals. And here. So it did an immediate roundup when it started. So I should actually already see that here. Oh, 10 and 11 did it. So 10 Okay, that was stuff I was testing before the stream, so it must be 11 that has it in here. Okay. It did some server restarts. Actually, it did a bunch of them. Why did it do it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times? Oh, right, because I haven't put the server caught up. No, I did that. So that's still a bug. Then it became the leader. Oh no, that was a previous term. Okay, so this is the current term, 166. So there's the two. It's done 2 roundups. Now it's done 4 or 5 of them. That's pretty cool. These roundups are kind of long. Game time is reported, real time, and in the report we have delta time. So that's the first roundup it did, and then from then on it was interesting. It did 18 seconds there, and then 15, 15. Wonder why 18. I mean, I know it's not going to be exact. It can lag a little bit. Journal index. It's tracking the journal index correctly. Okay. Delta logins. All right, I don't have anything set up to log in, right? It's not logging in. It's sitting here. Let's do a login. Then I should see that show up in these daily, in these roundups. Delta time ID metrics are in there. Total accounts 3. Total time should match the game time. Actually, if there's game time there, do I need total time? We already have game time. I'll leave it in there now, but maybe let me make a note that it's redundant. So, daily report lines all have total game time in them. So, consider removing the redundant total game time. I'm not typing very well today. Field in hourly reports. Stat roundups. Remember how you were talking about starting a new project a couple days ago? You now realize how much you've grown as a designer from that previous project? I see. That's cool. That hopefully it keeps you motivated, that you see yourself improving and you're still having fun, obviously. All right, I wanted to see this. I should see a delta logins at some point. It might be buried in here. I might have trouble seeing it. Zero, zero, zero. I guess I can do is grep for delta logins. No? How do I do this with grep? I have to triple backslash that? Do I do it this way? Aha. Okay, so it is in there. Delta login, so which one is it? Oh, here it is. Delta login's 1. So the login that I did showed up in a delta login somewhere. All right, cool. So that's done. We have the hourly wrap-up added. So do I want to do this administrator login? I suppose I can. I need to remember the IP address of the administrator. When I do this, I'm just thinking that I have to be really careful not to show these reports on stream, because then I'll leak my own IP address, won't I? I would say, Jesta, that it's, in my experience, it's preferred less often than you might think based on what they teach you in school, but it still is used, so it's important to know it. But yeah, you should also learn about it's either composition or aggregation. Those are the two words that are thrown around. They mean roughly the same thing. Just composition means like A is part of B, and aggregation means B has an A, right? And then polymorphism would be A is a kind of B, right? If I were to make a glossary, composition, A is part of B. Aggregation, B has an A. And then polymorphism, B is a kind of A. And were there a couple other terms out there that relate different objects? I guess there's the more general, is even more general than aggregation would be association. B knows about A. Like, think pointer. And this is usually a pointer. Usually a pointer may imply ownership. May. This is usually not a pointer. Usually implies, well, it always is coupled lifetimes. Like you can't destroy A without destroying B, and vice versa. Usually. Polymorphism is that subclass, superclass. So there's my little key to explain what those names mean. I should probably put that in my notebook somewhere. Did I get any of those wrong? Aggregation is kind of like implementing interfaces. No, aggregation is kind of like the word to aggregate. It means to collect together. So B has an A, B might have a C also, B might have a D. So B is aggregating together a lot of small, like sub-objects. So like B has a pointer to an A and maybe a pointer to other things. Composition means like how things are composed, like what are the pieces of something. So implementing interfaces is actually polymorphism, because an interface, so like if A is an interface, then B implements A is another way of saying B is a kind of an A. But it's a special kind, so I guess we can call that interface inheritance. Is B implements A, so that A usually, almost always, A is abstract or purely abstract. That's a special kind of polymorphism, but it is polymorphism, right? So if someone wants an A, you can use pure inheritance implementation by giving a B, because B is an A, but it also works with a non-purely abstract. If it like something is an A and you give it a B and A is also concrete, B will still work because of polymorphism. Yeah, I think I'll save this, unless you guys think I have an error in it. You wish you knew stuff like I do? It just comes with the experience. You just try it for long enough, you'll learn it too. It's nothing magic about it. I'll keep that around somewhere. Let me not lose that. Let me at least put it here. What am I gonna say here? Keep this to put somewhere else in my notes. All right, don't want to lose it. Okay, that was good. Oh, there was one problem though, right? So if I open, let's go find that actually in the stage. I need to clean up the journal snapshots because there's so many of them now. All right, so if I'm looking at this, it's these server restarts that happen at the beginning that's a problem, right? So this join times, these are all old times. I guess the way you can tell is the real time is much further than that. And eventually it catches up. So it must be processing old journal entries. Oh, wait. Yeah, that was from an old term before I rebuilt the code. Let me start this over again to see if it happens anymore. So let's stop. Let me actually wipe out these daily reports. Then we'll start again. All right, they should actually create, one of these should be created now. 10. So it's 10. Let's go monitor that one. Too many files, too many journals, too many snapshots. Time to clean them out. Okay. We got a stats roundup, we got a leader. Okay, so let me test that the join time thing works. The way I do that is kill a server that's not the leader. So, details. So not 10 because he's the leader. Let's kill 11. Goodbye, process server 11. There we go. So 10, no, that's the roundup. We haven't seen it yet. It takes one stats update interval before we'll see it. Unless it's broken. It might be broken. Some industries like to keep info to themselves to make it harder to break through. I think it's not true for the software industry. For general programming knowledge, if you're talking about like proprietary stuff, yeah, that does happen. Oh, is this what I'm looking for? Server restart, there we go. So server 11 restarted. Nice. Yeah, so I mean that might be true for other industries. Like the basic stuff that everyone learns is not hidden, but the proprietary stuff is. Yeah, in the software industry is relatively new compared to other industries, right? Like doctors have been around for centuries, but programmers have not been around for centuries. So a lot of the knowledge is a lot more fresh and tribal and fluid and changing anyway. So it can't be obscured. If it's obscured, it would die anyway. What am I talking about? I think I'm talking nonsense. Okay, I think this is good. Let me check this in. And then I'm going to move on to making emails. Let's add this one separately. That did make sense? Sometimes I'm not sure if what I'm saying is making sense. Either I'm using words that when I think about what I just said, it doesn't sound right to me, or that I'm not giving enough evidence to back up my claims, and then I start to question myself, like, is that really true? Okay, here we did players add get count method. Okay, and this one is about the executor. The executor returns, okay, return roundup report when stats roundup executed. And then this one was, okay, let's check this one in separately. This is a bug fix. Fix bug and messaging test. Have server catch up in the journal before adding new journal entries. All right, and then this is include the stats roundup in Oh no, this here there's a separate bug fix. Right, this is the fix for the server restart. Spurious messages. Fix spurious server. Is that what I called it? Server restart? Yeah, server restart. Daily report entries. Do not wait until server catches up in the journal before adding daily report entries about servers restarting. And then this one is add roundup messages to the daily report. Add stats roundup messages to reports to the daily report. Cool. Hey there, Spheraboga. That sounds like a name inspired by Kitboga. Welcome. Let's push this upstream. Blender 2.8, is that a new beta version of Blender? You got a 3D printer? Cool. I got a 3D printer a while ago, and I just recently let my son use it for a school project, and we used up almost a kilogram of PLA printing the thing. It was pretty impressive. Total game changer, eh? Don't they say that for every Blender version? Interesting. Some of these stats roundups are more than others. Why would that be? There's more in the report. Let's see, what is in here that's... Oh, there's executor work, so there's an extra stat in there. So that pushed out the size of the message a bit. It must have generated a snapshot at that point. Actually, you know what I should do is include snapshots in the roundups, right? Should I? I'll do it later. Let's move on to email. An order of magnitude improvement for usability. Okay, cool, because I had trouble learning all the fancy keyboard shortcuts you had to know to do things in Blender. Okay, so that's done. Oh, I guess I'm not ready to move on to email. I was going to do this first, right? And then this. All right. Administrator logins. I just have to be really careful about that. It's going to put IP addresses into the daily report. You know, I'm not going to do that right now. I might do that later. IP bands? I kind of do want to say that because at first we shouldn't get any IP bands. Yeah, let's do the IP ban one though. So, thanks for the follow, Sparaboga. Oh, Boga means God in Russian? I'll have to take your word for it. I don't want to close that one. Actually, let's save this as a file somewhere. Let me put it up one level and I'll call this keep for later. I'll remember what that is. Now close everything. All right. Stable in a month or two. If you've been using it daily for months, you recommend it. Okay. All right. For me to be able to report IP bans, I need a feedback mechanism from the web server that declares bans. So I don't remember if I have that or not. So let me look at my old server code and see bans stuff. There's a way to do the ban, unban, get bans. Is there a callback for bans though? I don't think so. So where do I have callbacks? I have callbacks for diagnostics, for resources. That's the main thing the server does, is call us back when we need to respond to a request from a client. Okay, so I guess I'm adding one. Let's do it. Actually, let's rename unregistration delegate to be oh, no, we can keep it. We can keep it. Let me just put one here. Or here. And I want to know, what do I want to know? The address and the reason. Actually, I want these things. That's exactly what I want. Those I want as arguments here. So this is a ban delegate. Let's call it ban delegate. Boga is possessive. I see. I wonder if Kit Boga knows that. It's usually on the other side of the fence, so Lightwave. Okay, you're talking about Autodesk, Blender, and that stuff? Okay. This is a type of function which can be registered to be called whenever the web server... I guess I really only care about bans, not unbans, right? Whenever an IP address is added to the web server's blacklist. Actually, it's not called ban, is it? Or is it called ban and not blacklist? Yeah. But I think I also call it no. We'll just call it ban. Ban list. Alright, and so then I need to have something that you can call to register that. I guess we'll add it here, right? Virtual. We'll use the same kind of type to unregister it. So register ban delegate. There we go. Let's copy some of the comments up here. Register a function to be called whenever an IP address is added to the... Okay, there we go. Actually, is this still on my clipboard? Yeah. This is the function to be called. I don't mind if it's repetitive. And then there's a return. A function is returned which, if called, revokes the registration of the ban delegate. There we go. Okay, so register resource. Wherever that is, I need to add the register ban delegate. So here's one place. And then here's another. Auto. Oops. Let's make it compile for now. And then these are all the tests, right? And then I don't actually have a mock web server. Otherwise I would have seen that come up in one of my search results here. Oh yeah, I've been following Shake Soda myself. I almost... What was I saying? I was gonna watch Shake Show's stream yesterday. I started watching it, and it was in the stream is starting soon, and then I got distracted by something. I don't remember what it was. Some accounting thing I was working on, so I actually missed the stream. But I would have watched it if I didn't get distracted. You're not stupid. Don't say that. Should never say that you're so stupid. Uh, Everyone has problems understanding something or another to various degrees, right? Oh, cool. You wrote something in Russian. I don't know what you said, though. Russian's a really cool language in that you guys have your own alphabet that is sort of the Latin alphabet, but it's got really interesting variations, like the backwards N. And some of the characters remind me of Greek. Very fascinating. I guess if there was any language that had its own alphabet that I would want to learn, it would be Russian, because like Japanese and Chinese just scare me because they're so different. Whereas Russian, I feel that I just learn that alphabet, it would be more approachable. But unfortunately, it would be a little bit further down on my list of languages to learn because I already wanted to learn German. Japanese wouldn't be so bad if there weren't thousands. Yeah, that's what scares me. Is it just there's just so much you have to memorize. I've heard Korean is nice too, but only it's all hearsay. I don't actually know. Okay. I want to build this to make sure I didn't break anything. And I really should have a a test for this. There ought to be a test around here which deals with bans that I can just update. Here we go. Ban. If this one's not too bad. Then I'll take this and make an like I could just build it into this test, right? Not too bad. Hold on. There's a cleaner way. There are ones where we can manually ban. That's probably cleaner. Yes. So just calling that causes a ban. So let me put it in here. So this is a ban delegate. Chinese. I've heard that if you learn either Chinese or Japanese, it helps learn the other because they have a lot of the older characters are in common, right? German should be fairly easy for yeah, and German sounds cool to me. If I ever learn another language, I think it'll be German. I'm kind of bad though. I learned French, then forgot it, then learned it again, then forgot it again. I'm not too good with languages. Oh, you're trying to understand what I'm doing here? This is a unit test framework. So each one of these test Fs is declaring a use case that we're testing. So this test case I'm developing is to check that the ban delegate gets called when we ban someone. So when I clean this up, it'll make more sense. I don't need a transport, do I? I know, this all goes together as boilerplate. Then we ban someone because we feel like it. And this one was testing that we can't connect. So I don't actually need to do that. All I really need to do is, before the ban happens, register a ban delegate. So we'll get an unregister back when we call it. So register ban delegate, and then we'll have basically a function here. I'll just use a lambda expression, and we'll have it capture the value of a flag. Was banned. False. So we'll capture by reference was banned. And actually, we also get the address and reason, don't I? For this, yeah. So I can store a copy of them. like that. And let's put ban in front, and then capture those by reference too. And we just store them here. Ban reason equals reason, and then we'll set that flag too, was banned is true. And then we do the ban. Actually, I can organize this a little bit. This is the arrangement. This is the act. And the assert is that, so basically this is set up for the test. This is do the thing that we're testing, and then assert is check to make sure all the effects and side effects were as expected. So we expect, if this works, the was banned to be true, and then we expect that this is the ban peer address, and then we expect this to be the reason, right? So I write the test first. It's called test-driven development. So because I write the test first to show that when this gets called and then this gets called later, I want this inner function to get called. So the test checks to see if that happens. But I haven't written the code to actually call this inner function yet. So it's going to fail the test. And if I show here, it will say all of my assertions failed. Was banned was actually false. It should have been true. And so these are all empty strings. So we write the test first, make sure it looks good, and then we actually write the code to make the test pass. So in that case, I need to go into the code where the bans happen. And yeah, it's called ban hammer. And ban hammer's got to call the registered ban delegates when this happens. So we don't want to ban them if they're whitelisted, though, right? So it's I guess here is the right place. So we're going to have a collection of where we're going to store all those delegates, and we'll just loop through. So for const auto ban delegate and ban delegates, ban delegate, and we'll just pass the client address and the reason. All right. Oh, I should be careful about this too. I've run into this problem before. If that delegate ends up removing itself from this list, it can cause a crash. So, yeah, I remember the safe way to do this is make a copy of the ban delegates. So, const auto ban delegates copy equals ban delegates. And then iterate the copy. And then we need to do that while we're not holding the mutex too. Oh, this is going to be complicated because ban hammer is called from lots of places that hold the mutex, isn't it? Oh, yeah, this is going to be complicated. All of these ultimately hold a mutex, I think. Right? Yeah, yeah, this one. Right. Shoot. This is going to be more difficult than I thought. So how many places is ban hammer called? It's called from ban. It's called from data received. And it's called from issue response. Okay, the question is, do I have machinery in here to postpone callbacks? That's what I really want. Oh yeah, we're doing server-side stuff right now. Click Chapman, how are you doing? I'm working on adding to the daily metrics reports whenever someone's IP address gets banned. So that where it happens is in this ban hammer function right here. And I'm adding this bit of code here that will call registered delegates or callbacks whenever an IP address gets banned. And I need that to feed all the way back out to the game's messaging subsystem so that we can write a message whenever a ban happens. Hey there, King Comatics and Pawn. How are you guys doing? Yeah, the bans are not permanent. They are temporary, and it's just to hold off, to mitigate DDoSes. So if someone attacks the web server with trying different exploits, and the web server detects it, it will say, okay, I'm not going to accept connections from that IP address for the next 60 seconds or 30 seconds or whatever. So they're temporary bans. We lift them. We extend them if they continue to misbehave. Otherwise, they get lifted after 30 or 60 seconds, and I kind of felt like I wanted to see if those are happening so I can judge if I'm being attacked by denial of service or not. Also, if there's false positives, I want to see that too. No, it's not for cheaters. It's for, yeah, if I just get attacked by denial of service, it's just to try to mitigate that. It could all be for nothing. So maybe I shouldn't spend too much time on it. Yeah, I actually don't want to call these here. I want to set up something to call it later. But I don't think I actually have the machinery in here to do that. I do have a worker thread, right? I have a timer thread. Do I have a worker thread? It's been a while since I worked on this web server code. Okay, we do have these. I think that was for a similar purpose. Yeah, this Reaper thread would do this. And it does it in a way where it drops them while not holding the mute text. That's key to prevent deadlocks. Yeah, so we would just insert them in that list, wake up that Reaper. So maybe I can do the similar thing. Repurpose that Reaper. I guess it's got more than one job now. This is a worker thread. Hold on. That means that the test needs to actually wait for something that's asynchronous. So this won't get a callback right away. Okay. Was there a helper I had that helped me wait? No. Did I do a wait response? And just trying to think of a way to do this that won't take too much time. Actions to drop, whitelist. I think I know what I can do. We can, where's that test again? Is it up here? Not showing me what I, hold on. So, yeah, it's not showing me where I last modified. Ban delegate, right? Yeah, this one. Yeah, I can turn this into a future or a promise. That's what I can do. So we'll make, hold on, bookmark that, and we'll include future. And then go back to my bookmark. Here we go. So that's a standard promise to return a bool. Actually, it doesn't, I don't need the bool anymore. It's just a void. Was banned. And then let's get the promise out of that down here. Was banned, get future. And then, actually that's part of the assert, isn't it? So basically I want to wait for it to happen, but not too long. So assert equal standard future status ready, I think it's called. Yeah, ready. I think the actually better way is to say assert true that. Hold on. Let me see what I've done before to make sure I do it right. Yeah, this kind of a thing. Assert that it equals. Okay, I did do equals or not equals before. And then it's was band future, wait for some up to 100 milliseconds for it to happen. Yeah, there we go. So it should be set. So instead of it being true, it's set value. So this will wait up to 100 milliseconds for this to get called. So that handles it being asynchronous as long as it happens fast enough. All right, so that means, yeah, I'm gonna add a purpose, another purpose for the Reaper. This is a worker thread which clears the connections to drop set. All right, which clears the connections to drop set, and yeah, makes any queue delegate calls, or execute makes, completes any queue delegate calls. This is a long-winded explanation here. I'll just say this prevents deadlocks, since these activities must be done without holding the server's mutex. All right. So the connections to drop was down here somewhere, or up here? Where was it? Okay, it's up here. So I'm gonna have a bunch of queued calls, right? Really, it's the queue, what I queue are the arguments. Yeah, so it'll be, I'll need a structure for that. So this is band delegate arguments. And then we'll just copy from the header I had, this stuff. Oh, you know, I didn't even document those things. Did I document them elsewhere? I did, here, we documented them there. So I'll copy that documentation around here. Ah, bad with the keyboard today. Okay, address goes here. All right, and then overall documentation. This holds the arguments to pass when calling any registered band delegates. All right, so I'm gonna make basically a queue of those. Put them, let's put it here. So standard queue of that. A queued band delegate call arguments. That's what we're gonna call it. Hey Spheris, how's it going? Hey, hey, hey. A queue needs to get its declarations from queue. This holds the arguments for any band delegate calls that have been queued to be called by the Reaper thread. All right. So instead of actually calling the band delegate here, I just push to that queue. So push band delegate arguments. So we'll make one of that. That's a client address. Reason is reason. I could spell it. And then push it, and then I need to, the same thing I did before with the Reaper. So that was, it was like it was using a condition variable. Notify, right? Yeah, Reaper condition notify all. Put that here. And then the Reaper needs to pull from that queue. So the the register band delegate, here's where I need to do a little bit of elaborate stuff. Where do I return? Aha. That's interesting. The thing I returned doesn't actually lock the mutex. I guess I didn't care about it at the time. Yeah, I guess I can do it from scratch. Oh, wait a minute. This is going to be a problem if the delegate lives longer than the server does, isn't it? Is impl shared? No, it's unique. Dang it. Okay, I can make a level of indirection. Let's define the thing. So in addition to that, let's make a level of indirection. So a shared pointer to a set, or it's really a hold on, let me think about this. This just needs to be a map of integers to band delegates. So this is band delegates. And we'll just make one. A little bit ugly, the syntax. And then in addition to that, I need to have an integer, a next band delegate ID. Hey there, Doe. Doe! I'm doing well, Sparus. Thanks for asking. Hope you're doing well too. This holds all registered band delegates. It's shared with the Reaper thread. So, no, it's shared with the unregistration delegates given back to callers and used later to revoke the registrations. Okay, this is the next unique identification number to assign to a registered band delegate. Okay, all that elaborate stuff out of the way, the register band delegate can say const auto ID equals next, I guess it's under impl, next band delegate ID plus plus, and then I need to make sure I grab the mutex for all this stuff. So do that here. And then I'm going to get a weak pointer. So, yeah, weak pointer to this. And this is the weak band delegates. And initialize that from impl band delegates. The reason for that is I'm going to capture that in this lambda function. And then, oh, I also need the mutex to be shared, don't I? Okay, this is going to be interesting. Share the mutex too? Yeah, this is, I'm kind of going down the rabbit's hole of adding a callback mechanism in my web server so that if a client gets banned, then I can call a callback and not have a deadlock. You know what I'm inclined to do is just that server implementation is a unique pointer. If I just made a shared pointer, I could share it with those unregistration delegates, then get rid of the shared pointer I already have. This one. Yeah, let's do that. It's cleaner that way. I can just do that. Do I have map? Yeah, I do. Just have map, and then we don't need to say this. I do need that to locate the registration, but here we'll make this a shared pointer because we're sharing it with the unregistration delegates, basically. And so it's not a weak pointer to that anymore. It's a weak pointer to the server's implementation. Impl, basically. Weak impl. And just grab impl. Get. Weak impl. The idea is that if someone later calls this callback, actually I need to fix this one first. Really? Hold on. What's the syntax error there? Is that it? Yeah, that's it. The reason is if this is called later and server's been destroyed, this will share the impl object by having its own reference to it. But it'll do so with a weak pointer. So don't prevent the implementation from being destroyed. Just check to see if it has been. So the way you do that is you say auto impl equals weak impl dot lock. If not impl, return. Then at that point I can get the same lock guard I did outside, only through impl. And then now we're locked and I can erase. So void impl ban delegates erase the ID, which I can capture here. There we go. So this will do the unregistration, and the registration is we just put it in the list. Ban. Thanks for the follow, Retouch. Ban delegates or ID equals ban delegate. There we go. So that'll let me register and unregister, and then I just need to do I did the queuing of the callbacks. I just need to actually process that queue now. So there's where we queue the calls. The Reaper just has to go through that and do the calling. So where is that Reaper thread? Reaper. Can you recommend any channels to follow for a musician looking to get involved with this industry? Well, there are other game devs out there who might be looking for artists and musicians. So one of them I know in particular is Adam C. Eunice. And he's an Australian game dev who, so far, he's done his own music for his game, but he did mention a few times on his stream that at some point he'll probably want to get someone help with the music. So you could ask him. I think that's the only one I really know for sure who might be looking for a musician. I might be looking for a musician way down the road, so maybe in 6 months. Right now, though, it's very, very early in my game's design, so I'm not that far along yet. Okay, so the Reaper thread processes connections to drop. Now I'm going to do the same thing with the queued delegate call arguments. So we'll have another queue. I think I'm just going to do a queue swap. So we'll just call it band delegate call arguments. And then we'll swap it with the ones that are in the queue, like that. And then once we do that, we can go enter one of these other unlock things and then process the queue. And now since we were using the old queue, we can process it without worrying about it being changed by the any insertions into the new queue. So we can just do for const auto band delegate. Oh, give this let's just say arguments in that. For each one of those, then I need to I also wanted to sample the delegates themselves, right? So const auto band delegates copy equals band delegates, because I'm going to go through these as well. And then call it arguments dot oh, you can't loop through that for a queue, can you? I have to just say while this one is not empty, well, not that one empty, right? And then I have to grab one, so const auto arguments equals that top. Then do that and then pop, right? And so that's dot, is it not top? No, front. I always forget these terms. Okay, that's a pair, right? So it's the second in the pair that I care about. And it's address and then reason. There we go. A lot of boilerplate code I needed to have. It just blue screened. No! I'm sorry, Nui. I hate it when that happens. That's horrible. It's like a piece of equipment that you rely upon and now you find it's unreliable. I'm sorry. I hope you figured out what's going on soon. Oh yeah, maybe it's the Windows Update stuff. Alright, so let's test this out. Okay, it failed. It failed because it wasn't ready. Let me test various aspects of it. So it should get into the queued... It should get into here, right? Let's first see it get inserted. So it should go here. So if I debug this, it should get there. It does. Question is, does it get to the does it get to the Reaper thread here afterwards? So go. It doesn't. Why not? Did the Reaper thread get called at all from this test? It did. Oh, this does wait here. Maybe it's not waiting long enough. Let me think about this. Let me have it wait longer. 10 seconds. I wonder if it's just a timing problem. Huh. Let me see what it's doing at this point. Okay, the main thread is sitting there waiting. What's this other thread doing? It's sitting here also waiting. But I bet that queue has something in it now. Yeah, okay, something's sitting in the queue. This is waiting for the condition. I thought I signaled that, but maybe I screwed that up. I wonder if the problem is band doesn't get the mutex, and so it never so there's a There's a race going on. Yeah, so does this ever get the mutex? It did. So it's holding the mutex. It does notify all. So that'll wake it up, right? Should wake up. There's one in the queue. So what is that thread doing? So this should go one more time. It doesn't. Why not? Oh, because this condition is not updated. That's what it is. It'll wake up and then think it's a spurious wait because one of the wake up conditions isn't true. So I need to add to that wake up condition, which is that this is not empty. Or not that empty. There we go. Yeah. Well, maybe the updates fix something, you know? Could be a good thing that the updates ran. Maybe it fixed... Oh, wait. I've had this happen before. After a blue screen, Windows can actually detect that something's wrong and then run a fix that looks like an update. Hey there, Irish John. How are you doing? So, Irish John, there was a... Shake Soda was in here earlier talking about he wants to add a water shader, and I said, you know, I know someone who's got pretty good looking water shader in their game, and that's Irish John. I don't know if Shake Soda's still here, but Shake Soda had sent us a link to what their water looks like right now. Where was that? I'm looking for it. You still here, Shake Soda? Here, I found the link. This is what Shake Soda's water looks like right now. I said it looks kind of like blue carpet. And yeah, maybe he'll be asking you about your water shader soon. All right, let's run this test one more time. Hey, look, it passes. Thank you, Irish John. You coming into the channel helped my test pass. So I should probably test the unregistration of it too. So that's a similar test, only we changed the timing slightly. So we call this band delegate unregistered. So we'll register it, and then we'll unregister it. Then call the ban, and then I should be that this is not equal to ready. And I really do need to shorten these down. This should not get called, in other words. Yeah, so just the thing to focus on in that picture was that's Shake Soda's game, and we're focusing on the water. Saying that, yeah, he needs to add a water shader. Cool. All my tests are passing. All right. That wasn't so bad. So now I need to register a band delegate in the web gate and have that filter back. So that's the next step is the web gate. Where are you, web gate? Realm server, test, source, webgate test. Here we go. Do I have any ban tests here? I don't see any. Ban? Okay, I have this one. Let me look at the WebGates API. If I already have a callback mechanism, that would be sweet. I don't remember though. Just looks like realistic water wouldn't really look right. Maybe he can make a toony water, not realistic water. Like knowing how to make the water look realistic, he could then modify the shader so that it's toony, right? Yeah, I don't see any callbacks here either. Okay, but I do want to call back. So how do I want to do that? I guess with another delegate. Where's the delegate declared? Where's this WebSocket delegate declared? Oh, iWebGate. Uh-huh. Okay, let me just copy. We'll have it pass through this delegate here. This is the type of function registered to call whenever IP address is added to the band list. Okay, we'll just cut, yeah. So copy through. Or pass through. Oh, cool. Abotics99, okay. Let me keep that as a note for Shake Soda. Note for Shake Soda. And I'll put your other note here too. I don't mind passing along the message. He probably already knows this point, and we'll just tell him about Ebotics. That's how we do it, right? We connect people together. All right. Do I have an unregistration, or did I just not bother with that? I think I just have a set. I don't care about an unset, so I'll maybe just do the same thing. Set a band delegate. This method, okay, so I'm removing language like that, and I'll just make it imperative. Set the function to call whenever an IP address is added to the web server's band list. Okay. So that, wherever that is, we need to add a sister function. So here. And here. And then here is the implementation of mock. Do I need it to do anything? Don't know. Maybe. Come back to that, I think. The real deal, though, goes here. That I definitely need. Just do what the last function here does and just save it. Like that, and then I'll add that near here. Easy peasy. So I'm just copying documentation here. All right. Where else do I need to change? Okay, in the real code, let's just test the WebGate first. So let's make a test for it. Yeah, so I wanted to use that ban one. Where was it? Manually ban or something? Yeah. Okay, let's test this one. We'll leverage that test in other words. So ban delegate. I can actually leverage what I had in the other test, right? This thingy. Put that here. And then it's set ban delegate, and that's ban delegate. And we'll just say that is the ban delegate, this thing here. Const auto ban delegate equals that thing. All right, and then configure with the configuration, sure, why not? Set up something and then ban someone. I should get back, I should do the same thing. That's the assert. hold on. Why is it? This is the act. And this is the assert right there, right? Okay. So then this will fail. It succeeded. Okay, it shouldn't have. Oh, because I copied the wrong code. That should be equal. And yeah, copied the wrong code. Not only is it equal, but also the same text should arrive. Banned it because we feel like it. Yes, what is the name of the extension that enabled point dots in... You mean these ones? That is just a setting. White space. Render white space. So you can do it... What can you do here? All, boundary, or none. So if I do none, the dots go away. What's boundary do? I'm not sure what boundary does, but I usually have them all on. Is that what you mean by the dots? Here? Or do you mean something else? I like to have the render white space on all because in the past when I've worked with other people that accidentally mix spaces and tabs, it was sometimes hard to see until you change the tab spacing and then everything gets really misaligned. So I like to see if a tab accidentally sneaks in here. So I'm just used to that now. Don't really need it anymore. This test should fail now. Now to make it succeed, I have to actually call the band delegate at the right place. So, you're welcome. Let's go to ban. Right, so this tells the server to ban it, so it should come back as a callback. So I need to register that callback. Probably when these are set up is the best place to do it, right? Or when they're created would probably be even better. Where do they get created? Try bind? Yeah, so here's where it gets... Thanks for the follow, Frankie Tex. Oh, it's try bind. Yeah, here's where we make a new server. Okay, so here's a good place to do it. So we'll do an HTTP register band delegate, and I don't actually need the unregistration delegate. I'm just going to keep it around forever. And it will need to capture... What am I going to capture? I don't know yet. But it's going to have arguments, right? It's going to have a peer address and a reason. Okay, see Irish John. You guys should check out Irish John's stream if you haven't seen it before. He's working on a game in Unity, which is a pirate ship battle, PvP. It has awesome water shader. Yeah, telling the truth though, the water in Irish John's game is really good. The visuals for the pirate ships, especially all the explosions and cannon fire, is awesome. Okay, so I'm registering a delegate. Ultimately, what I want to do is pass that along to the other delegates. So it'll be so I need to capture at least. I capture. Hold on, let's bookmark this. Where do I keep the band delegate? That's in the impl. Okay. The WebGate will always live longer than the web servers, right? So I can just capture this and we should be safe. Famous last words. You should always be careful when capturing this in a function object. Only do this if you know that what you're giving this function to won't call it after your class is destroyed. Welcome back, Spheraboga. So I'm pretty confident that this web server won't live longer than the WebGate itself, so that should be safe. Famous last words, though. So we get to here, and I need to relock the mutex for the WebGate. Where is that block? this thing, right? We need that. And essentially I got to sample the well, just to be clean, sample the band delegate. So const auto band delegate copy equals band delegate, and then we can unlock the lock, and then call it if band delegate copy. Call it, passing along the peer address and the reason. There we go. Oh, you know what that means? That the test, since we're mocking the web server, we gotta call it ourselves. So when this happens, actually that means I don't even have to do that. I don't have to do the band at all. We just have to simulate a callback. So that would be, well, first we should assert that it was registered. Assert false that mock. I can pick anyone I want, right? Hold on. How do I get to the HTTP servers? Those are the transports. Where is the actual server though? Oh no, it's using a real server. That's right. It's not mocked. So it would it's not mocked. So I can do that. That should actually work. Is this the functional C++ stream? I try to be functional. Right now, it's not so functional. Well, I guess it is, because we're working with function objects. That's a function. We're setting it to be called, and we're expecting that this will end up as a side effect calling that function. That's why we're waiting for that future, the promise to be set there. So I guess, yeah, it's functional. Hey, it actually worked. Okay, cool. That means the band callbacks are going all the way back through to the coordinator, as long as I register one. So let's go and register one. That would be in the coordinator tests. We need to go next. Specifically the, I think the messaging? That's where I put the web gate, right? Yeah. So this probably also has a test for ban. For IP ban, right? Or maybe I didn't bother. I guess we'll just make a new one. All right, here we go. Making a new test. So this is, actually, I can just copy this test because this is ultimately what we want. On an IP ban, I want a daily report update. Daily report update on IP ban. And this is the common setup for the test, and then I need to do the IP ban, not this stuff. So this goes away, and I'm going to do the IP ban. So that is mock webgate. It will call. Okay, first we have to assert that one was actually registered. So assert true that, or assert false that mock webgate a ban delegate, which we haven't defined yet, is not equal to null. Because we're going to call it immediately. And then just say, who got banned? Fred. Fred got banned. Why did Fred get banned? Not enough pegas in chat. Alright, so the expected will be IP ban. And then this is boilerplate, and then this will be address. The address will be red. A reason. Not enough Pegas in chat. Alright, so I need to define what that is. Let's go to mock webgate and add it here somewheres. So that's web or a realm server iWebGate ban delegate, and then this set ban delegate has to set it. There we go. Done and done. So this should fail, and then we'll make it succeed by writing the code. This is all test-driven development if you haven't seen this before. I spent a bunch of time at each point, at each iteration of development, making the test first, and then running it and seeing that it fails, and I actually looked to see it failed in the correct place. It did not. So I will, I was expecting it to stop on that assert. Oh, because I had this double backwards, didn't I? Yeah, I expected it to stop on that assert because we never registered a ban delegate. But once we do and we call it, we expect this more to be appended to the daily report file. So yeah, I make the test, make sure it's failing the way I expect it, then I implement the code to make the test pass. And then the test remains to catch if we ever break anything. Okay, so we need to register a ban delegate. And what would be a good place? Probably messaging. Not in the test, but in the actual code. Where is it? It's not the include. Source, coordinator, messaging. And, oh, wait a minute. We need to do it when on setup, right? So that setup is done outside messaging. It's in this one, mobilize? No, wrong class. Mobilize. Yeah. So this stuff, where it sets up delegates, we'll set up another one. Set ban delegate. Capture this. And then this ban delegate gets a peer address and a reason. And what we're going to do with it, we're going to... I guess we're going to do something like that. We're going to forward it onto the correct subsystem. Messaging on ban, on IP ban. Peer address and reason. So this doesn't exist yet, so I need to add it. So now I got it routed to the correct subsystem. I can add it anywhere I want. How about right here, because it sort of goes along with that one. So that's, don't need to do anything, and just return value that is. I just need to get it these pieces of information and give it a nice comment, kind of copied from this. All right, I'm going to change this a little bit. This is the address of the peer whose connections are now being ignored at the HTTP server level. This is an explanation of the IP ban. So the bans, again, they're not permanent, they're just temporary, and they're just meant to throttle bad connections down so that we don't get, so that denial of service attacks don't hurt us so much. All right, so what did I say here? Handle or react to an IP address being banned at the HTTP server level. All right, good enough. So let's go to where this was and then add another function right under it. Coordinator messaging on IP ban. So the similar thing, I need to grab the mutex because this is an entry point into the coordinator. Now that we've entered here, I believe I just want to do the same thing I was doing for the other daily reports. Daily report. This kind of a thing where we have to be the leader. No, we don't have to be the leader, do we? Yeah, we want to report this even if we're not the leader. So actually, I'm just going to do this. Just straight up append to the daily report a IP ban. And whatever the test needed it to have. Address. And reason. That's peer address. And reason. There we go. So to test this for real, I have to actually arrange to be banned. I don't have a way to do that, so I'll probably have to hack my front end to do that. I did that before. I had a button called ban me. I think I'll add that back. That'll be fun. Okay. So that test passed. So now every time anyone's IP address gets banned because of bad behavior at the server level, at the web server level, we should get a line added to the report. So that means I gotta test it. So let's add a ban me button in the front end. So I'm flipping from C++ now, back end, to the front end, which is in React Redux. And I think I only just need to update the React part. No, I need a Redux action too. Let's do the React part first. So that's player console source views. Let's put it on the sitting outside activity. So we'll add a button to this bar. The new account, so we'll add another one. I'll just add it right here. Call it ban me bro. On ban me is a prop, right? So we have to add that prop. And then here's how it connects into Redux. We map the on ban me prop to dispatch a Redux action. Ban me. Thanks for the follow. Zzz. What are you doing React for? It's for the front end of the game. So the front end of the game looks like this. If you want to see what it'll look like I have a concept highlighted there in that clip, but the game world will show up here, and then any text messages show up here, and then up here are all the user interface panels, and this stuff is done in React. This will be done in Phaser, and probably this will be done in React too. And what I'm adding now is there's going to be a ban me bro button that I'm going to use to test the feature in the backend that if we do something bad at the connection between client and server level, that will get banned. And I need to do this while not having my IP address whitelisted. So I need to remove myself from the whitelist. I had a tool for that, didn't I? I think I did. Let me see if I can find it. I think that was under tools, right? Whitelist. So Python white tools whitelist. Rel name required. ls. Okay, there's the whitelist entry. So we want to remove that from the whitelist. Okay, so now I can be banned now. I'm bannable. Right. Actually, I wonder if that gets reset every time I restart. Let's test that. So stop the server and restart it. Let me list the whitelists again. Yeah, so it gets reset every time I restart because I think it's hard coded. So now I'm bannable if I remove myself from the whitelist. And oh, I forgot to hook up that button, didn't I? That has to be added as a Redux action. Ban me. And that will be handled by middleware because it relies on a side effect. Let's put it under authentication. Why not? This middleware is getting a little bit too big, but that's fine. This is only going to be temporary, right? We don't want people to actually get themselves banned. I need dispatch. I think that's all I need from Redux. So I'm just going to dispatch. Oh, actually, hold on. It's easier if I just put this in the game connection middleware, isn't it? Or wait a minute, no. It would do this login start, but then have no... actually, what does login start do? It does a connect followed by something else, right? Yeah. So what if we do this, but with doing nothing when we're connected? That'll get us banned for sure. So just do nothing. Do nothing. So this will say connect to a server, and when we're connected, do nothing. So that then will cause the authentication timeout to trigger, and we'll get banned. Hey there, Endorn. How are you doing? All right, ready to get banned? Here we go. Ban me, bro. So this should have said he just banned. There we go. 127001 banned for 60 seconds. Authentication timeout. Created a daily report. Oh, and it's continually getting banned. So... Oh, it's banned from all 3 servers now. Right, it kept retrying until it got banned from all 3 servers. I wish I would have seen that. So now when it tries to connect, it's never not getting connected. It's being ignored now. Connection is being reset. So I'm effectively banned from my own server now. No permission to ban me? Why is there no free alternative to Substance Painter? I don't know. I don't even know what Substance Painter is. But you know who might know would be Fwiller. Because he's an art streamer who does sculpting and painting and other things in Blender. You might know. All cost money. It doesn't all cost money. I think there are free tools out there. You might have to tolerate that they might not be so good. But there's got to be a free alternative to whatever that is. I just wish I knew. All right, so the ban worked. I hope now to see that there is a entry on the stage, CD stage, or in the daily report. So type, yeah, so every server has one. Let's look at the small one, 12. There we go. So I got banned, not once but twice, for an authentication timeout. So it should have said here ban extended. Yeah, so my ban was extended to 2 minutes for basically trying again. The way it works is that if the initial ban is a minute long, and if after that minute, you're automatically unbanned, but you're on parole, so to speak. If you misbehave again, the ban is doubled. So if the parole expires and you don't do anything bad, it gets completely reset. So this is just meant to discourage persistent attackers who, the moment they do something that the server says this can't be a legitimate client, it'll IP ban them for a minute. And after that, if they connect in again and they continue to try to hack in, it just gets more and more aggressively pushed off. So it doubles every time. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 4, 8, 16, 32 minutes. I think the parole time, I have that configurable. I should probably set it pretty aggressive, like a whole day or something, right? What do I have it set to? Probation period, that's right. I guess I have it set to a minute. So I could have it set to a day, for example. So you'd be banned for a minute, and then for the next day, if you do anything bad, then your ban gets doubled. So right now it's very forgiving. If you behave for the next minute, then your ban gets reset, and if you do anything bad after that, it's the initial ban period again. Yeah, so I have these different numbers here I can tweak as needed. Yeah, so I think idle timeout is like how long you get before you get banned by not saying anything. You get triggered, bans are triggered in a lot of different ways. So if we look for ban hammer, we'll find out. You can be banned for generating any of these HTTP status codes, like bad request, I think. I think 400's bad request. And a couple of these other ones are like if any header is too long or any if the body is too long or something like that. So if you try to upload a gigabyte in an HTTP request, you'll just get banned. You can get banned for too many requests. So there's a check for message frequency. And what else? You could be banned if we call ban from the game itself. And where do I do that? So you get banned if you send a WebSocket frame that's too large. You get banned if they're on authentication timeout. So that's the one I'm triggering now, where you connect but you don't authenticate. You get banned because you didn't authenticate quickly enough. So you get banned if you send messages at the WebSocket level too frequently. And you can be banned if you're manually banned. I think that's what that's for. And here's some of the tests for that stuff. I think you can also be banned if I add you to the blacklist. There's a blacklist in addition to a whitelist. How do I see that? So if I use the tool to ban you, Python tools ban not test cert tools bans. Oh, I can't add you to the ban list. Oh, look at that, it broke. Oh, because I'm banned. Forcibly disconnected. That ban should have expired by now, right? Yeah, okay. Why did I get forcibly disconnected? Let me check the whitelist. Oh no, I'm still banned. I thought the ban would have expired by now. I missed a bunch of your chat. Let me read through it. Yeah, wrong. Well, no, wrong credentials doesn't get you banned. It's the not giving credentials at all. So my idea was I was thinking like, what would I do if I really wanted to harass a server? And one way would be to open a socket connection, but just do nothing with it. Just leave it open, and maybe script it so I just open a whole bunch and just keep them open. So you get banned if you just don't do anything with the socket. You got to do something. You have to authenticate. And if bad credentials, you just get a bad password. And so you could retry, but then there's the message limit. So if you retry too quickly, you get banned for that. And yeah, I guess I don't have a blacklist. So I have a ban list, and it's temporary. And it's all in seconds. All the times I have in my game are seconds just to be uniform. So if I need it to be a minute, it's 60. I need it to be an hour, it's 3,600. A day, 86,400. Right? So, actually, I'm wondering why it's still banned. Did I stop the server? Oh, extended to 240 seconds. Maybe that's just... It's not been long enough. Oh, wait a minute. It's because this is still retrying. I need to actually do that, and now it won't be retrying. Let me make sure. So this was getting me repeatedly banned. That's because I refreshed, right? That WebSocket is for Node, for testing. Okay, so yeah, this window was repeatedly trying to log in, and it got me banned up to 240 seconds now. Okay, I'm tired of waiting, so I'm just going to terminate it. The ban list is not persistent, so when I restart the server, now the whitelist will be active again, and the blacklist should be empty. Yeah, there are no bans. Yeah, you're right, Enduran. It was still trying to connect. So, okay, that worked. I like it. Let me check this in. Actually, will I see that if I look again at that daily report? Oh yeah, look at that. So first was 60, then 120, then 240 seconds. And then I gave up and restarted it all. So that should be on all the servers, right? Okay, this one's the leader, so it's reporting a lot of extra stuff, like those roundups, which are every 15 seconds. So there's going to be a ton of those. And 10 is not the leader right now. So it used to be the leader. It was a leader in term 167. Oops, I hit the scroll bar. Term 167, it was the leader. But now in term 168, it's not, so I can see the IP bands. All right, good. Ready to check this in. And then I need to take a quick break. And when I come back, I'll probably be taking these reports and formatting them as emails. That's the next step, I think. All right, so this was multiple subsystems. This is the game level. Let me just check it all in and take a look. What did I do here? What changed in this index? Ban me. Do I want to check that in? No. I might put that on a branch, though. That might be a little useful thing to put on a branch, right? Let's not check that in to the main branch. Okay, so this is report IP bands to the daily report. How about we just say mention IP bands in the daily report? And I want to put that in another branch, so let's do a git checkout with the branch ban me bro. And then check it in. Add a button used to test getting a client banned. All right, and then we'll go back and check out the master again. Actually, I'm going to push this. There's a short version of that. Is it -u? Oh, it's just... hold on. Oh, right, there's no slash. There we go. Don't know why I forgot about how to do that. All right, here we go. Back to master. Yeah, I got the -u part. It's just I thought there was a slash there. Sometimes there is. This one there's not. All right. Origin is optional, but if I just do git push -u, does that actually work? Oh, okay. Good to know. You're right, Endorn. I guess I was just always too verbose about it. All right, I need to take a quick break. When I come back, I am going to be, because I'm done with this completely, so I'm going to be working on formatting and publishing those reports in an email. So that is, I first wanted to put a priority status mail because I want it to go out even if the queue is full of mail. And I need to look up how to format that file as an attachment, and then I'll add it to the queue. So I'll be right back in just a minute. Well, thank you for the follow, Arlie. No, I didn't go that far. And look who was standing in the hallway to greet me as I walked by. It's Kitte. It's Casper. I fed him earlier, and he did get to go outside, so he's just kind of chilling right now. Hello, Jahak. How are you doing? Yeah, thank you. Hello from Wales. Well, hello from the U.S. It's from Southern California. How's it going? So for you, it must be in the evening then. For me, it's just past noon. Kete, yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna work now on taking these. Oh, look at that! Look at that. That's that weird distortion there. That's fascinating. I'm gonna ignore that. That's some kind of font issue. Anyway, I'm gonna be working on taking the show this. These reports, which are just long JSON objects, one per line, and I'm going to be attaching it as an email to send to the administrator's email account. That's what I'm working on next. Netherlands, yeah, I know there are a lot of people in the Netherlands that are on Twitch. It's a big thing. Okay. Add priority status mails. I'm going to do that first. So there's a mail queue subsystem. I want to modify that next. Not mod queue, mail queue. So let's put one in here like queue priority. Or maybe it's part of queue that if the... Yeah, queue. Maybe if there's something in the mail to mark it that it's priority mail. Basically, it jumps to the front of the queue if it's priority. You just like that emote? So I made a kitty emote, which is that one, which is just my my cat Casper, who's having his fur brushed back, and so his eyes are like that. Open source project. Some of this stuff is open source. So what I was modifying earlier was my web server code. This is all open source, so you can find it in my GitHub. And I developed this one on stream. I also have, a bunch of other components I use, like hash functions. Implemented that from scratch, and that's also open source. But what I'm building out of it now since November is a game that is not open source. The components that I feel are reusable by other people, I do keep them open source though. Like, I implemented the Raft consensus algorithm for my server backend, so that's here under Raft. That's also in my GitHub. So all this stuff is generally MIT license and in the GitHub. That's a lot of cat emotes, Endorn. It's all from the same channel? Wow. Yeah, so the project I'm working on, you can read more about it here. And it is going to be an RPG multiplayer online. So you can read about it more here, but a lot of the pieces of the game are built from open source components that I'm either made myself or have picked up from other places. For example, of one I didn't make would be a zlib. I did not make that. LibreSSL I did not make, but I'm using that. Something that did make, I already showed you, the web server. I made my own JSON object. I made my own email client, email authentication plugin. And I'm going to be using those a little bit today. And I made my own WebSockets. I actually was really proud of this one. I have my own implementation of the WebSocket protocol. So, yeah, all on my GitHub. Feel free to post feedback there if you want. Okay, I'm done with the front end for now. And I'm going back to the back end to add priority mail. Yeah, I think what I'll do is I'll just make it a header. So actually what I can do is I can queue 2 mails and make sure that the priority one, even if it's added last, gets sent first. And I think we do that through DQ, right? Actually, it doesn't matter. The mail queue doesn't care. So really then it's not a function of the mail queue. It's a function of the coordinator pulling out of the mail queue. So that's this mail thing here. Okay, kitty cat, you're yelling at me. Why? Where are you? Oh, he's hidden on his little tower thing. He's yelling at me. What do you want, cat? Yeah? I'm working. I know, but I'm streaming. I can't brush you right now. All right. Remove from blacklist. All right, there was the mail blacklist. Looking for a test I can copy paste. I suppose it's this one. We'll queue 2 mails and we'll see that a DQ mail should be sent with the correct mail. Right. So a variation of this mail. So this will be leader. This will be a priority mail. So we're gonna queue. All right, let's use a 0 sender ID for to mark priority mail. So this will be queue mail from player, and this is queue priority mail. So that's a 0, and it'll be queued second, but pulled out first. So waits 1 loop. It should pull out a mail, and what's wrong here? Oh, right. Expect it's the priority mails, headers, and body. Yeah, okay. And then I guess I don't need to check for this other stuff, do I? I really only care that it's the... Oh, wait a minute. The headers need to be different, though. Yeah, let me not do this part, but do this part. And it should be the priority mails ID number. That's what will break now. It will actually pull out this one first, when it should pull out that one. So that should fail, and should be the wrong ID. There we go. Okay, test is set up. So I want the priority mail to come out first, even though it was queued last. Coordinator mail, right? It's like process emails. Yeah, here we go. So this says don't do anything if we're still sending one. And if we are sending one, if it's ready, then we report if it's been sent or not. If we're not the leader, return early. Actually, that's not true anymore, is it? Oh, no, that's okay. One server can queue an email for another server to send, so that's fine. What am I changing the mail again? Well, I want these daily metrics reports to be sent to the administrator. I actually don't say that, do I? Publish current file in an email in a priority. Whoops. I misclicked. Where did I go? Oh, up here. In a high priority email to the game's administrators. So the making it high priority to the game's administrators means even if there's like 100 emails in the queue waiting to be sent out, I want it to go immediately. So this adding the priority status that's sent first before mail sent to players is what I mean. That's what I'm changing right now. Then after I do that, I do need to when I construct the body of the email, it's got to be using a MIME format that allows me to attach a file. So that'll be next after I get the priority status right here. So this one throws away things to be not sent. Okay, yeah, here we go. This is sending normal mail. So what I'll do is I'll just duplicate this to have it send priority mail. I'll do it this way. I'll do it in 2 selects. I'll say if... let's make it not const. If... What is this type? This is a pair. Right, so... I think select returns 0. Yeah, if it's not, if it doesn't select anything. So I'll say if that first equals 0, then we do the normal mail select. Implementing 2 queues? No, I'm just putting them into the same queue. I'm just having the selector of the queue. So it's not a strictly ordered queue. It's a queue where people are allowed to be plucked out from a select based off of criteria. So normally the criteria is the first one that matches, and the only way it will match, the only thing that will prevent it from being matched is if a command has already been applied to dequeue that mail. So it doesn't pluck it out twice. So we'll just have a rule here. We'll pluck it out early if it's priority. If there is no priority mail, we'll just pluck it out if it's ready. And there's going to be a lot of duplication here, so later I'll want to refactor this. So right now, the selector is going to be a little bit more picky, right? It's going to be that the sender is 0. How do I see the sender here? I think it's in the command. If command sender ID is not 0, return false. So there we go. It'll pick out the it'll skip mails that are not priority, and then if it sees one that's priority, it picks it if it is not already been picked to be dequeued. These no longer make sense. There's no sender, so there's no time check either. It's just like that. Okay, so that'll pick it out. So that should make the test pass. Where did it go? Where did I put it? Put it under mail. This one, priority mail. There we go. Let me make sure I didn't break anything. So this one should also... Oh, I broke that. Okay. What's the problem here? It never sent it. Why not? Oh, because I probably did a mistake. Yeah, so this should just be that, and then, yeah, there we go. I knew I'd break something. Cool. And that means this is still running, right? Yeah, okay, good. Good. But wouldn't that take a small performance hit since it has to scan the whole queue for... Yeah, it will. But my hope is that the scanning is pretty quick. Oh, I have a crash. Where was this? One of these is crashing? Stack Overflow? What? Let's see the Stack Overflow. Huh. Okay. Did it stop? Oh, that's weird. Now it's passing. Oh, that's bizarre. Is that just a tool issue? Oh, looks like I broke something up there too. I need to address that. That's weird. I got a Stack Overflow exception. It's not that VSC crashed. It's like the debugger crashed once, and then when I ran it again, it ran to completion. So if you run a test that runs to completion without failing, it just goes back. It doesn't actually tell you. You have to go. You'd actually have to go to the test and say, show me the log, and it'll say, okay. I didn't do that. But why did it crash that one time? I don't know. Okay, what's wrong with my HTTP tests? I screwed something up there? Ban delegate? Oh, it's a race. There's a race condition. Interesting. Yeah, I have a few tests that have timing sensitivities. I'd have to do a lot more work to remove the timing sensitivities out, so I kind of took a shortcut on some of these tests and say, wait 100 milliseconds. So if the test actually takes 101 milliseconds for that piece of the logic that we're testing, then it can actually fail when it shouldn't. All right. Okay, so priority mail is done. Let's check that one in. Oh, I forgot to check in the web server changes too. Okay, so we are add priority mail handling. Treat any email with a 0 sender ID as being priority mail. Meaning it should be dequeued and sent first before non-priority mail. Okay. Yeah, so I changed some other components, didn't I? Maybe it was just HTTP? Yeah, HTTP. So that M means I have modifications. Oh yeah, I added the callbacks for banning. So server add ban callbacks. All right. So we have priority status if we set the sender ID to 0. So 0 meaning it's I've been reserving 0 here and there to mean like admin or root or whatever. You can never have a 0 identifier for a player because they start at 1. So it lets me use 0 to mean a non-player admin entity. Format the report as a JSON file attachment. So, okay, I know roughly what's involved, but I don't know what specifically, so I'm going to look it up. We're going to say, actually, you know, I'm not going to search with this window. I'm going to search with my incognito window. Mail attachment mime. Okay, what if I do RFC? Email attachment encoding. I think that's what I want, right? I want RFC 969. And this is not the RFC reader. So let's look up RFC 989. This one. Obsoleted by this one. And this one. Is this the right one? This is no, this is not the one I want. Okay. Which RFC is it? How about if I just do attachment? File attachment. RFC. Is it 822? No, that's the extension. How to attach file to email. RFC. Find it eventually. Ah, it's 9. No, it is 99. It's 989. No, that's just no. That's the same. It's the same link I found earlier. I just look up MIME. Format of message bodies. So find attachment here? No. So it's one of the neighboring RFCs, right? Actually, I have a trick I can do. We'll just make one in Thunderbird here. I'll have Alex write an email to Bob that test mail with attachment. Here's a file, and let me drag in a file. We'll just drag in like the configuration file. Actually, let's drag in a JSON file. Actually, the configuration file is a JSON file, so it'll work. No, well done. Configuration is only one JSON object. I want something that is more close to what I really am going to email. Let's go to the stage. I know you guys can't see, but you'll see in a second the file. Daily, yeah, this one. I thought if I dragged it, oh no, it's dragging it up here that does it. Yeah, okay. Here we go, sending it. Not permanently confirm. And send. It'll echo back here, and I can look at the message source with one of these buttons. Which was it? View message source, Control U. I need to memorize that. Okay, here we go. There's the message source. Let me just grab it and put it in here. Okay. So now that I have this, I can look up some of these keywords. It is multi-part, mixed, I'm using multi-part already, right? I'm using multi-part alternative. So instead of multi-part alternative, I want multi-part mixed. And then it's going to have the same kind of boundary. I see. So instead of text plain, it'll be application JSON, and then, oh, thanks for the follow, Camp OK. So it'll be content type application JSON, and then the name of the file, transfer encoding, disposition attachment file. Okay, there. So if I want to see the RFC where this is defined, I could look for content disposition attachment in that search I was trying to do. Content disposition attachment RFC usually is enough to hit it. So it's this one? Huh. See also that RFC if I want. Okay. So I've done the multi-part before, and the way I did it was I just made it part of the Where is it? Oh no, I didn't make it part of the. I had like a template. Where did I put that template? Was that under assets? Templates. Here we go. Right. So I didn't do the multi-part thing in the template itself. I did it in this manually. So what did I have to do? I had to come up with a boundary, which was... Oh, so I had a helper under auth to make a multi-part alternative mail. So to use the random number generator, crypto random, to generate some boundary, and then I constructed like that. So I can do this. That's not too hard. We'll make multi-part mixed version of that, right? The way I understand it also, you can have inside one part, you can have another multi-part. So if I did that again, but had HTML in it, would do that. So let me try that. Write to Bob. Another one with HTML. So fancy, don't you think? And then include the same attachment to make a multi-part mixed, and then I do options, text encoding, no, it's one of these. Oh yeah, plain and rich text, send. And then get, and then control U. So yeah, multi-part mixed is the outer one, and then inside the boundary is a multi-part alternative. So I could have it have HTML if I want. If I made that the first thing in the mixed, right? So that's why the boundary is random, so you can nest them. And yeah, this is not too hard. Just base64 encode the daily report, and then attach, and then make it a JSON content type with a disposition of attachment with a file name. I'm wondering why they put that on its own line, not the same line. I don't think I need to do that. All right, anyway. Test. I think I want it to go under, I guess we'll keep it under mail. But I want this version of it. Really, I only care about the mail that was sent. So let's put this at the end. And we'll call this test daily report mail. And actually, this is the wrong test to copy because this looks for DQ, doesn't it? I really want to look for Q mail and just look at the content. So where's the Q mail test? Q test mail. Okay. This is actually not what I'm looking for then. I need to look for where we generate mails in the system already, and that I know it's under auth player. Q mail here. Yes. So we'll grab this. There's a lot of stuff. And paste it down here. Daily report mail. Okay. We don't need a test user. Don't need to do that. But I do want to arrange a daily report. So let's look at this. Let's keep it simple. Yeah, let's use the last one, the ban one. Yeah, ban. We'll just do it this way. I'll take this and then advance time so that we generate a daily report. Actually, it's going to be slightly different. Because this will actually queue an email, won't it? Actually, I don't care about the content of the report, do I? Well, actually, I kind of do. I do, but actually, I have full control over it, don't I? Yeah, I don't need to do this. It just needs to respond to a whatever I put in the daily report file. When I advance the time, it's gotta go do it. So this stuff is irrelevant. Right. I advance in 2 steps because the first step establishes the fact that we haven't sent. Actually, no, it doesn't. Let me think about this. Yeah, it'd be cleaner just to advance the whole period, right? Oh no, there is a check. It has to advance once to establish a local variable that it compares it to there. So yeah, I need to keep that. And that I don't need to do. So I don't need to do this stuff. I just need to put something into the file. Didn't I have a test for that? Like daily report file? Maybe not here. Yeah, I had like a hello world. Let's do that. This will be easier. So create one and write it and close it. Yeah. Yeah, so this will make one, and what I'll do is I'll just overwrite it immediately with one here. I need to do it before this point, though. I'm just thinking I don't want to clash. I'm writing to the daily report file here in the test, but also the unit under test is doing it too. When it advances, it'll actually end up writing a daily. It'll end up writing a roundup and a leader message. And I guess what I'm doing is I'm overwriting that. So actually I can prevent it from doing the daily roundup. Yeah, I know. I can make it not a leader. And then it will never write to it, but I can put one there for it. Okay, yeah. So that when it's not the leader, it never writes to the daily report, but I do it as part of the test. Then have it trigger a wraparound of the day, and then it should take that content. So this is daily report. It should take that and send it as an email. So that is the act is advancing the time past the day mark, and then I don't need this. Actually, I do need that because it'll queue an email when that happens. So this act goes away. So I should get one more entry, and this is not a token entry. This is a queue mail entry. It should be a queue mail. Okay, Sveris, have a good stream. You start at 1 p.m. my time, apparently. That tells me, yeah, it's at my 3-hour mark. Okay. It means I have 1 hour to get this done. And then with my extra time, I'm going to be looking at testing on Linux, and if that goes really smoothly, I have whatever time left over on cleaning up the tickets panel. Probably won't get to that. Okay. Qmail is the command, right? I got that right, I hope? Yes. So I can look at whatever I want to with that Qmail, right? Aha. There we go. Mail command. Let's just, yeah, we'll keep it, but that is mail entry. Okay, yeah, so the other test I had, so it's going to look for certain things. So it should go to the whoever is registered as the administrator. 6 hours, huh? Wow. I can't make it past 4 without a break. Let's see. The test common sets this up. There's an email address. admin@example.com. Is that what I wanted to use? Reverse path in the SMTP? I suppose I can. Oh no, I have server mailbox. There we go. We'll use server mailbox. Nothing uses it, really. So I have it set up there, but nothing's using it. I guess this is the first time I'm using it. Server mailbox equals config get email server mailbox as a string. I expect server mailbox to have less than greater than surrounding it, and the date. Oh, right. That was to match a specific time, so I should do that. The old breakpoints and stuff. Yeah, that was at the top here, right? Actually, I can just search for that string again. Yeah, this advance. No, that's not it. Where was it? Where was that string? Auth player, yeah. Yeah, that's what this weird number here was for. I guess I can't use that number. I guess I'll just look at what it is. It'll be probably 2 January. Actually, I know exactly what it'll be. It'll be, I don't know what day of the week it is, but it should be 2 Jan 1970 at midnight. Right? I don't know what day of the week it is. Firefox CSS editing tools somehow freak out. That's why I like to use the ones in Chrome. Well, no, that's not why. I should say I'm familiar with the Chrome ones, so I wouldn't know about Firefox freaking out. A subject. Now this depends on some. No, is this going to be hard coded? Hard coded for now. Omni Arena daily wrap up. Daily report. User agent that. It's going to look for content type, and it should be multi-part mixed, right? Multi-part mixed with some kind of boundary, and here we're extracting the boundary, and it's not multi-part boundary, it is a mixed boundary. Okay, mixed boundary. Maybe some update to Firefox? Huh. You like Firefox more since it auto completes more easily? Cool. Okay, so this is finding the mixed multi-part boundary, and then we're expecting the command to be, okay, so we print the same thing. This is a multi-part message in MIME format, and then the boundary, and then content type text plain. Yeah, let's keep it simple. Text plain, we'll say attached is the daily report for Omnia Reina. Actually, I do want to have it built in which server it is. For server, which one did I pick? I didn't pick. Let's pick 85 for server 85. Let's keep it short and sweet so this all goes away. Then there's the mixed boundary, and then content type application JSON with a name. Name equals daily.json. And then content transfer encoding is base 64. And then content disposition is attachment. And then file name equals daily.json again. And then a new line, and then I'll put in here the encoded daily report. And that'll be followed by a new line again. Actually, and this is chopped. We're supposed to chop it up, right, to fit it into lines. I'll deal with that in a minute. So it's chopped up to fit to a certain length. What is this length? 72 characters. So we'll do the same thing. And then there's, yeah, so there's no new line here per se. It's just the mixed boundary there. So I need the encoded daily report. Actually, it's hello world is short enough that I can just compute it, right? Actually, let's just do the base 64 encoding. So that's include base 64, and then do base 64 encode daily report plus character return line feed. It'll be short enough that it won't hit the 72 character limit. I'm not gonna bother testing that. Okay, so I need to do a plus here. You happy now? You happy now? Not happy now. What did I get wrong here? Feel like I'm missing, oh yeah, I'm missing something. There we go. All right. Cool. Build it. Ship it. Run. So it didn't send the mail. So I'm curious about something. This uses assets. This uses its own test assets, right? So if I want to include it, I gotta zip it up and put it in there. All right. That means I'm gonna want to have a template that matches. So this will be a daily report mail. So I need that to match what the test did. It was is this message here, and then we'll do a replacement ID dot. Okay. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. In order for that to be added, there was a script that I ran. It's not part of the build system yet. I wanted to make it part of the build system, but I didn't yet. What was that? Is it part of the package? Yeah, see it makes the assets and puts it back into the asset. Oh no, it doesn't. I have to manually copy it, I think. So package, and then it's got to go under realm server test. So copy stage assets to realm server test. Yes. Okay. I've updated the test assets to have that test in it. I think one more build, then it'll copy it and make sure it does it. Actually, it doesn't copy it, does it? Oh, actually, it should. It should copy it to the build. So let me make sure. Do a directory again. Yes. Okay. Good. So now to implement this. So this is when the daily report's made. So I know where that is. That's back in actually, do I remember where it was? Was it messaging? Yeah, process daily report. So here it is. It will before destroying it, it should read it, encode it, and queue it as a mail. Hey there, 85 filter. 15 hours? Whoa. That's a long sleep. I wonder if I got to look at what Nui was showing before. So this is Nui was you were talking about the free. Is this the tools freaking out, or is this the autocomplete, or are you showing something else here? Wow. Yeah, you need to move around. I think 15 hours. It's almost like you were hibernating. Duplicate properties and removed ones. Oh, it's the 3 got removed. And these got changed. Well, that's weird. Something's going on there. Oh, shrink 2, shrink 1? That's not good. That looks like a bug. Yeah, there's something going on. Something funny going on there. Okay, here's where we're going to do the daily report. So we will do a we need to make sure it's open. So open. What does open do? It closes first and then opens it for reading. That's what we want. And so if it doesn't open, we should probably do a diagnostic message and then I know. If we can open it, we'll do something. Otherwise, we couldn't open it, right? So system abstractions level error. And we'll say unable to open daily report file. If we can open it, then I'll just make a buffer and fill it with the file. So actually there was a data type I had to define here for that, right? Buffer. System abstractions ifile buffer. And we'll size it to be the daily report file get size. And I think that returns to 64-bit. Really, it needs to be a size T. And then we'll say if daily report file read buffer is not equal to that size. Actually, I guess I can just say buffer.size. Or if it's equal is the positive case. Not equal to, it's another error. Unable to read it. Either way, we're going to close it. Close. Actually, I think destroy does close, so I don't need to worry about that. So let's just remove the close. Read it, and then we're going to base64 encode it. Oh, I already have base64. Okay, back. So, const auto encoded report equals base64 encode buff. Oh, it needs a string. So make a string from the buffer beginning to end. There we go. So that's the encoded report. And then I need to make a mail out of that. I think I'm just going to paste it directly in here. Hey there, Omar. How's it going? Fire away with your questions. I'm out of kombucha. So sad. While you write your questions out, let me continue this. So, I'm going to look for the other place where I made a mail. That was, is artificial intelligence worth it? Yeah, I think it's worth it. It's sort of a vague, or it's sort of an ambiguous question, but I interpret that to mean, will humanity gain more, will gain enough out of doing artificial intelligence, and will it be worth the cost? I think so, because think of all the cool things that you can do to help humanity with artificial intelligence. Just picking one, surgery. You could have a robot that is highly trained to detect the slightest problem during a surgery, and it could warn the doctor not to actually do anything to the surgery, but it could say to the doctor, you know, this is probably happening, take a look at this right now, and maybe, you know, stuff like that. That's where I kind of look forward to a lot of help. Also, like driving assistance, not even just automating cars, but just having artificial intelligence telling a driver of a car, hey, you're falling asleep, or, you know, you're going to get in an accident in 3 seconds unless you brake right now. So stuff like that, I think that would help save lives, makes it worth it. I'm not too worried about the machines taking over, although maybe I should be. Have they gone too far? I think you'd have to look at the actual statistics and see if they've caused more problems than they've solved. I don't know. I don't want to get into the worth of lives. That's leaning towards politics and religion, so I kind of steer away from that while streaming. But it's certainly a great philosophical subject to debate. I have to agree with that. It's a bit far afield from what I'm doing today, though, unfortunately. Okay, I need to find out where I'm sending. It's in the authentication system. I remember now. Yeah, it was here. Around here somewhere. Make multi-part. I think this is it. Oh, and I had to instantiate template. Yeah, let's use that. I need that. Actually, let's do this. Let's pull all of this out. Actually, this is exact. I need all of this, actually. I'm going to make a new command, and I'm going to... Oh, and if we're not the leader of the cluster, I can't just make a command. So I need this if we're the leader. If we're not the leader, then I have to do something else. Algorithms and analysis? It depends. I think if you're strong at math and logical thinking, that you'll find it's not that hard. So yeah, algorithms and analysis require that you're fairly good at logical thinking, which is important for doing computer science in general. So if you struggle with algorithms, then I think computer science in general is going to be more difficult. But you know, nothing worthwhile was easy, right? So even if it's a struggle, hard obstacle, still maybe worthwhile if that's the career you want to go for. Yeah, but it's going to be a lot of logical thinking and some math, and that'll be your main challenges. Right here. I'll push all this stuff, and this is only if we're the leader. So we have to have a leader check. Where's the leader check stuff? This. Actually, am I going to end up duplicating code here? I will, so I should probably refactor this out. Leader ID is pulled from here. So if we're the leader of the cluster, we're going to send the email. Otherwise, we need to tell the leader to send it. So that's one of these. I'll do that first. Just realize that means I'll probably want 3 different tests. Can I not? And then just, you guys can pretend I did it. So it is a, let's just make a generic one. That way I can, if I made a test, it would be more straightforward. So it'll be Q mail. And it will just have the headers and body, right? Yeah. Headers, a JSON array, no, object. And what am I doing? Yeah. Headers and body. Actually, I can move this. I can move some of this out and then construct. Yeah, I know what to do. We'll do this. Do it this way. Pull that out and put it up here first, and we'll change this code around in a second because I want. Let's just say headers and body. And that's exactly what I want there. And then I just need to here construct headers a certain way. So it's kind of like this. It would be for const auto key in headers get keys. Push back into the QMail headers, key, comma, headers key. And then body, just assign the body equals body. Okay, so then this becomes const auto body equals that, and then we have to make a JSON object. So auto headers equals JSON object. Actually, I can construct some of these fields here directly. So I can say to, and then copy this stuff. And then this email is going to be read from the configuration, right? Config, cached configuration, email, and what did I call it? Server mailbox. Well, I probably want to customize that later and have it sent like directly to me. And why doesn't it like this? Because I haven't terminated that? Probably because this needs to be interpreted as a string. Yeah, okay. That's the 2, and then next would be subject. Let's just pre-fill these are the things that I want. Date, oops. Date, user agent. Probably shouldn't hard code these. But you know. Let's get it working first. Okay, in this subject I'm going to pull from the test. It wanted to be daily report, this string. And then the timestamp, timestamp. I guess we'll just use the current time. So that would be timekeeper get current time. Okay, so that replaces those lines. And then there's a substitution map, so I don't have a username or client. So the only thing I had was ID, right? Which is our current, it's our ID, instance ID. And then the body is not to make a multi-part alternative, it's make a multi-part mixed. Actually, we can rename that and have another argument to say what the type is, right? What does this actually do? Oh, no, it's different. Okay. Because this one kind of knows the MIME types of the elements. So let's... I'll have to clean this up later. I say that a lot today, don't I? I have to clean this up later. Make multi-part mixed mail, and we'll pull from the template, whatever I called it, daily report mail. And then the second piece of it is the encoded report. And then there's a boundary. And then we need, so instead of that, it's headers and then content type equals. Actually, is there any reason why I'm doing it down here? I could construct the headers. I could construct the headers down here, actually. Yeah, and then I can just include content type as one of the things in here. And that's this. And it's multi-part mixed. And then we won't need do I need content language? I'm gonna look at my copy here. Does it use multi-part or content language? It does. Okay. Whatever. So just include that. And then I don't need this stuff there. Okay, the sender is 0. Why doesn't it like this? Probably because this is needs to be interpreted as a string, right? No. Oh, I need to construct it as a pair, so like that. Yeah, there we go. So, sure. If we're the leader of the cluster, we just queue it. So after this, I need to do a queue. This is the queue thing. Actually, it's all of this, right? So make an entry. This is a queue mail entry. Set the current term, or copy the current term number, make it, move the command in there and append it to the log. If we're not the leader, we look up the leader, and if it's known who the leader is, we send the message to them. And I don't want to do this return, really. I want to turn this around. We just want to... Don't do that if we don't know who the leader is, but we still want to destroy the report. Actually, maybe I don't want to destroy the report. I wait until there is a leader. Actually makes more sense to me. So I would return early, but I should probably return a lot sooner. Like, way sooner. Like, way up here. Yeah, like right here. So if we are not the leader, then find the leader, and so I'm gonna end up finding twice. That's fine. We can find twice. We'll early return, so that means I don't have to early return here. And I'm using that to get to the WebSocket. Actually, then I can, if I'm only using it to get to the WebSocket, I can cache that, right? I can say up here, shared pointer WebSockets WebSocket leader WS, and so if I get to here, I can say leader WS equals that, and then I can just use leader WS and not do the search down here, like so. And then I just need to have a handler for that if it comes from a follower, and it'll essentially do the same thing here. All right. QMail needs to be a message we handle. Hey there, Danger BK. How are you doing? I'm doing a bunch of back-end stuff, sending emails, constructing multi-part messages, and sending them. It's kind of gross. But I think I'm almost done. I need to have a server message handler if one server tells another one to queue a mail. On queue mail, and we'll put it in the mail subsystem. And let me just steal the prototype for this. Go to declaration, please. Okay, we're going to take this and we're going to bring over to the mail subsystem. Put it here. Handle the receipt of a queue mail message from another server. So I'm going to go and put its definition here. Yeah, manual. Hardcore. Old school. I did my own SMTP library, so I'm using that. I had fun doing this class too. So it knows the different protocol stages, and you basically, where's the API? You say, connect to a mail server, and then here's the mail in the form of headers and body, and it returns you a future that you can then either poll until it's done or block waiting for it to tell you if the mail was sent or not. So I'm using that in my game server here. Although it's in two places. We're first put the mail onto a queue, and then elsewhere in the server, another thread pulls mails off of that queue to actually send them. Hard mode, yeah. Well, thank you, Danger BK. I don't know if they're... I have a lot of documentation and a lot of notes, and some of it's better than others. Okay. I'm gonna just copy from this, where was it? I guess this actually is it. Yeah, if we're not the leader, ignore the message. That's the first thing we do. And then otherwise we're constructing and appending. So I can do, where was it? The daily report stuff. Where I was modifying up here. Right. So this stuff. So yeah, I need to refactor this because it's now going to be in two places. But I just want to get it to work. Okay. And then the headers, we extract the headers from the message. So headers equals message headers. Hey there, steampunk programmer. I'll give you a special wave with your own emote. How about that? So you guys should check out Steampunk Programmer, a great Twitch streamer who does a variety of things. Programming, art, just chillin' sometimes. It's a very entertaining streamer. So body also is extracted from the message. Okay. That, I'm not going to look too much at that. I'm really mostly concerned with this code because there's a piece I'm missing. It's this make multi-part mixed mail. The quadruple M. Make multi-part. Let me look for that without the whole word. Steampunk Programmer just subscribed. Thank you for your support. I appreciate that very much. The Mirror's Twitch viewers radically decreased this past few weeks. I don't think so. My views have been okay. It's a bit different for some streamers who are on vacation, hint hint. Adam13531. But I don't think they've really decreased Twitch wide. Yeah, they've been lower for you. Mine have been okay. I guess I've been lucky. Why do you guys think it's been lower? Is it just a slump? Like people are watching something else? Game of Thrones, maybe? I don't know. Mixed. Okay, I need to refactor these because you can have different different content types, and right now I've hard coded. This one is text and HTML. This one's going to be text and attachment, and I'll clean this up later. This is the attachment to include in the mail. Given text and attachment. Okay. I'm just going to kind of copy this and change what I need to. Mixed attachment. All right, so there's boundaries constructed the same way. The why do I have a while here? Oh, because you don't want the boundary to be in the actual pieces that the boundary delimits. And then yeah, these are going to be very specific. This is going to be totally different. It's going to be text. It's going to be application JSON. Right now it's hard coded here. I'll need to refactor this out later to make it parameterized. Ignore the hard coding for now, please. Yeah, I'm just going to copy from here. Name equals daily.json. Yeah, this is horrible hard coding. Transfer encoding is base 64, and then I'm including content disposition as well. Attachment file name, yeah, and then this is attachment. Oh, and I have to be very careful here though. The attachment needs to be broken up into 72 character lines. So this ought to be attachment lines. And then we should do the breaking up of the attachment into lines. Yeah, let's do that right here. Urgh, stretch. Are you guys fighting? It's Friday, that's true. I'm glad it's Friday. Although I'm going to be working this weekend because on Monday I hope to actually launch the platform I'm working on online so that you all should be able to get to this, where you can create a new account. Or you could log in. And then once you've logged in and created your account and all that, you too can see the awesome game world will be displayed here. Chat will go here. And then you can do cool things like change your email address, change your password, download your datas, look at trouble tickets, open a new ticket, tell me, suggestion, you should not quit your day job, too late. And then, yeah. Starting next week, I hope to get this online so everyone can log in, and then I'll start trying to put an entity component system in the game and actually show the world, which doesn't exist yet. Yeah, you can change your email address. Why not? You might have mistyped it. You might want to change it because you mistyped it. All right, attachment lines is actually, let's make it a builder that we get the string out of. So that means it's a O string stream. And then we'll just loop, I think. Yeah, for... Actually, let's do it this way. We'll have a while loop. Index. While index is less than the attachment length. Attachment lines shift in attachment substring index, and then count would be okay. Let's figure out what the count is. Const auto count. It's going to be the minimum of two things, right? Hold on. Do I have algorithm? No, I don't. Include algorithm. Algorithm has standard min declared in it. So I want the minimum of two things. I want 72, and this is going to be size t. And then what could be lower than 72 is the number of characters left. So that's attachment length minus index. So that's up to 72 characters. We push that in, and then index plus equals count. There we go. So I did that right, then the attachment's broken up into 72 character or less string, and then we're going to put a character return line feed. Because don't you want character returns with your line feeds? Well, the email protocol does. Well, thank you, Danger BK. I try to keep a constant flow of my thoughts about what I'm doing to try to explain what I'm doing at least a little bit so that people are like, I have no clue what this guy's doing. At least maybe you'll get a clue if I describe it well enough. And the later it goes and the hungrier I get, the more silly I get too. I even have been known to wear a hat or start to speak in different accents. You understand how to auth an application and use the API? Best part about learning all this new web full stack stuff, you can actually write some Twitch application stuff. Oh yeah, cool. Do you want to see my Twitch application? I love this little thing. Are you ready? You ready to play a game? Better be ready to play a game because we're going to play a game. Build VS Code MathBot 2001. Needs an OAuth token. Need the real one, not the fake one. And then my channel. Here we go. Ready to play? Come on. You can do it. 3 times 9, 27. So that's 104? Did I get it right? No, I'm a loser. No one else guessed within 15 seconds. Yeah, so you mentioned Twitch application stuff. This is the bot that I made. Eventually I'm going to have this bot do more than just ask math questions. It's going to integrate with the game. And so I'll probably be working on this at some point. This is not a Friday game, no math on Fridays. Okay, well, what kind of game would you like? Then next time I run this, it'll be something else bot 2001. Someone else on the channel wrote a bot that answers my bot, but I don't think he's here right now. Take a nap game. But one of the things I really enjoy doing, you can see it on screen, I learned the variations that Twitch made to the IRC protocol, so all this badge stuff. And that's how they do stuff like they encode the time the message was sent, whether or not the person's a moderator or subscriber, whatever buried emotes here. So thank you for the follow, Dead Electron Live. The little smiley face at the end was marked with emote 440. covering characters 42 to 43. So interesting things I got to learn when I did that. And I did that on stream. It was very fun. And how come MathBot's not asking a second question? I think MathBot is on cooldown. I'll let him ask one more question, then I'll kill him, because we only need to have 2 math questions maximum on Fridays. Thanks for the follow, Mr. Craig. I think I'm actually done with this, and I can test it. Woohoo! It's probably going to crash horribly. Oh no, it doesn't even build. I'm looking for MathBot to ask that question so I can be the first to answer. Your stream froze. It wasn't my bot, I swear. What did it not like about this? Probably that's not a string, so I need to format that as a string, don't I? Safe. No. String. System abstractions, I think I put in there. sprintf as a... what is the type of that? I'm going to guess D. I'll fix it if I'm wrong. It is an int, yeah. Okay, good. So that'll fix it. As long as I'm including my own header. Yes, I am. Okay, I can get that. That's 55. Haha! I am a winner. Winner! See that? I'm a winner. I'm back to 0 points. Anyway, that's enough fun with you, MathBot. Goodbye. Alright, let's run that unit test again. Let's find that test. Here it was. Daily report. Here we go. YOLO. Of course it didn't work. It did not send the email. Why not? Or it didn't queue the email. Oh, probably because it's not a leader. So we need to be a leader. Be the leader you want to be. Oh, wait a minute. If I do that, it's going to screw up the report. Oh, shoot. How am I gonna do this? The moment we become a leader, it's going to append something to the daily lot report, and then this won't match anymore. We could just overwrite it. Yeah, screw it. We'll overwrite it. So that will be a daily report file set size 0. It's like, to hell with that daily report. Here's the real report. Hello world. Yeah, let's see if that works. You made a Twitch bot that played marbles on stream for you. Well, that's cool. Like, as in it controlled an app that... Were they real marbles? Because that would be really impressive. Like, you had a robotic arm that would pick up a marble, and... that would be awesome. But I'm guessing you mean virtual marbles. You could play multiple streams, and we'll wait for other people to start typing play. Oh, I see. Cheater. Just kidding. Alright, did we get further in the test? No. Shoot. It should be the leader, so what's going on here? Maybe it's not triggering the daily report. Let me look. That happens here. So let's go here. Debug. Okay, got that far. So what's the deal? It's the leader. Open the file, read the file, encode the report. So it got the encoded report. What's the actual, it just says hello world, so that's correct. It constructs the body of the email. Very impressive. Here the... Okay, so it would have done it. So what's wrong? It appended the log entry, so why didn't it do it? Why didn't it do it? Why is this not working then? What? Oh, there are too many entries. Interesting. So it appended 2 entries? Why would it append 2 of them? Let's look at them. Okay, that would be mock journal. Where are you, mock journal? Mock journal. Entries. So let's look at these entries. The first one is probably the leader election. It's a client report. Okay, that's fine. And the second one? Oh, it's a stats update. I forgot about that. It's going to do one of those too, isn't it? Yeah. How do I suppress that? I guess I can just ignore it. I know what I can do. Instead of expecting only one more entry, which is qmail, we'll just search for it. So we'll say bool qmail found is false. Then for const auto entry in these entries. If either entry.command is null or entry.command get type is not equal to qmail, then continue. Otherwise, we found it. Yay! Qmail found. True. And then I don't need these. We just reinterpret the entry. The entry's command and then do the rest of our work, which is substantial. Substantial work there. And then when we're done, we can break and then expect true that we found it. There we go. Done and done. For some reason, the project inherited, they convert the username and password to hex before sending to the server. That might be because the password could have punctuation characters in there that might confuse the parser. Hex should be fine because hex is a subset of base64, which is considered a good compromise between punctuation safety and compression. Hex is not very compressed. It's 2 characters per byte. Base64 is 3 characters for every 4 bytes. So it's a bit better than hex. Security. Oh, I see. No, it wouldn't be a well, okay. You could say it's secure because it's safe. It protects against injection attacks. If the password was something like have you heard of Little Bobby Tables, right? You know what I'm talking about? Little Bobby Tables. If your username was Robert, quote, parentheses, semicolon, drop table students, and then that username were to be just put into a command in SQL, it would actually drop a database table. So someone could say that it's more secure because you couldn't accidentally interpret it as part of a command or part of some syntactical structure in which that username is injected. That'd be the only part of security that would apply, I think. But yeah, if it meant security as in it can't be you can't recover the username and password, no, then they're just fooling themselves. That's adorable. I guess that's the one way to respond to someone who's being a fool. I would have said, please explain to me how you think it's secure, because I might be missing something. I always err on the side of thinking I'm just not understanding them correctly. But if they explain, yes, it's secure because they can't get their password back once you turn it into hex, I'd be like, okay, give me a hex string of your password, please. Hey there, Tropical Banana Man. And hey there, Raster PK. Just apply for a job position of a junior web programmer. Nice. How should you prepare for the interview? You should meditate and be calm, because the number one thing you can do wrong in an interview is just you go in there really nervous and can't speak and can't think. So prepare yourself to go in there and be calm. But other than that, I would brush up on C#, the web APIs in .NET, and yeah, go in there relaxed. That's what I'd do. Drop the F-bomb in an interview one time. Yeah, well, it depends on the interviewer. You let them talk for a while. If they're dropping the F-bomb too quite regularly, I think that's safe to say that you can drop it too. All right, am I ready to try this test again? Ready as I'll ever be. Let's do it. Go. Of course it didn't work. Oh, but it got further. Okay, the date's wrong because, of course, the 2nd of January 1970 is a Friday, not a Tuesday. I just guessed before that it was a Tuesday. It's actually a Friday. Fine. And then what else did I not get wrong? Right. Okay, the address is wrong. No, the address is missing. Okay, I need to figure out where the address went. And I have no idea what's different here. What's different here? It actually looks... Oh no, there's an extra character return line feed. Okay, I must have messed that up. Yeah, there's too many character return line feeds. Oh, it showed me that in the diff, didn't it? I was just being dumb. Look at that. One extra line feed there. Alright, so I need to figure out what happened to the email address. And then I need to figure out what where the extra new line is. Which one is probably easier to find? The new line one? Where would that be? Probably here. Ah, yeah, every line has a new line, so this one doesn't have to have one. Okay, so what happened to the, this? Is this just completely wrong? Email server mailbox? It could be. Let's put a breakpoint there. Right there. Let's run the test again. I hope I didn't miss anything in chat. You guys will yell at me if I did miss something, right? PHP. So, modern PHP or old PHP? Because modern PHP, old PHP. According to one of my friends. I don't know PHP myself, so I just heard that PHP used to be horrible and nowadays it's not so bad. All right. Tests. Debug. We don't need that breakpoint anymore. Okay, yeah, so what happened to my cached configuration? I guess I can just skip over this and look at my headers. Headers. Where are you, headers? Am I just being blind? How come I don't see it? Here it is. I'm just being blind. Object 2 second implementation pointer string value. Yeah, it's empty. So it could be that it just didn't put that key in the test setup. That's possible. Common. No, I have it here. So what's going on? I don't know. Email server mailbox. What is this? That's a JSON value. Oh, client configuration. Oh, I got the wrong one. It's a cache configuration, not the cached client configuration. Okay, steampunk programmer. Have a good stream. Probably be visiting you soon enough. Okay, what did I hit? I hit string somewhere. And why did I hit string? Did I screw something up here? I did not have a plus here. Yeah, there we go. Cool, okay. Will we pass this time? Gosh, I hope so. There we go. Yay, I did a thing. So I should probably test this for real in the real game. So I gotta hack it so that it's not every day, because otherwise we're gonna be sitting here for a while. Because when's midnight UTC? In like 3 hours. So I don't want to sit here waiting for 3 hours to have it send me an email. So I'm gonna hack it to have it send me an email every, I don't know, every 15 seconds. How about that? You're being grilled on technical topics? Do you work well in a team environment? Do you handle confrontation? Yeah. When I was an interviewer, the main thing I wanted to figure out from the people I'm interviewing, oh, what happened here? The main thing I wanted to figure out is, did they know what to do when they ran into a problem? So I would usually give them a technical problem that I expected them to hit a difficult part in, and then I would ask them, well, how would you, what would you do if you got stuck on this? Or, and I would hope that they would say that they would look it up on Stack Overflow. That would be a good sign. Or they would ask a coworker. That's not as good, but I was hoping to find candidates that were self-sufficient and were both eager and willing to learn and knew how to learn. So I don't really care if people knew specific skills, because anyone can learn skills, right? It's just a matter of do they know how to learn them. This is probably failing because there's a side effect now, right? That I just put in. Okay, it didn't get deleted because why? It should have been deleted. I suppose we'll debug this really quick. It will go to, yeah, it'll go here, won't it? So breakpoint here, debug. Okay. Yeah, actually, it's going to go here multiple times. So what I really cared is to get it into here. Go. It does. Oh, is it leaving early? Because it can't find a leader? Ah, yeah, that's a problem. Yep. Okay, I did break it. We don't want to return early. It's just if we do find it, we know what the WebSocket is. That means that the WebSocket might be null. And if it is, actually, this is a problem because the reason I did that was where did I have that code? I wanted to not delete the email if it didn't know who the leader was. Actually, hold on. So it's not a bug. It's just a test that needs to be changed. We need to tell the yeah. We need to tell the test who the leader of the cluster is. Otherwise, it won't delete the file, because it's like, I don't want to delete the file yet. I need to tell the leader. So after we mobilize the server, do I have an as follower? No. But we have a notify, right? No. There's like a way to tell it who the leader is. And I forget how to do that. Probably here. Okay. See you, Danger BK. Stream, huh? Or Steam stream. Steam stream. Steampunk programmer, gotcha. Alright. I know who you like better. Guilt trip, Danger BK. Hint, hint. Alright. I'm just joking with you. Mobilize. Where would I find this? Mobilize as. Should be here. Aha. Become follower. I think that's what I actually want. Yeah. We say it's basically simulating a leadership change event. Yeah, so. Become follower of some other server. 1337, why not, right? And then that should get rid of its hang up from deleting the file. Hey, alright. You want to have all your tests passing in general before you move on to the next step. It's generally a good idea. Oh, it's actually the 4-hour mark, so I need to wrap up soon. I want to try to get this email working. If this email is working, I will call it. I think it will work now, so let me engineer... Oh! That didn't touch at all. I think that's a spurious fail. Timing related. Yeah, did I get another one? Pretend you didn't see that. Or that. Oh, interesting. What's going on there? I didn't even touch that code. Did that code just take a long time to run? Or is my computer about to give up the ghost? It just takes a long time to run. Launch drive, is that different from launch? Launch drive. Are you talking about last day before launch? Launching the platform, or are you talking about launch something else? Starting next week on Monday, I'm going to be trying to put this on the cloud and let people log into it. So that's what I've been talking about, launch. Oh yeah, the lack of experience. Yeah, if it's a junior engineer position, lack of experience is not a good excuse. It would only be an excuse to say we didn't hire you because of lack of experience if the position is for a senior developer. They're looking for people with experience. Okay, so it's all passing. I don't know why I'm stalling. I need to I'm gonna hack the code so that it sends a daily report every, I don't know, 15 seconds or something. I have it hard coded here. I really should make it configurable, but we'll just hack it now. Every 15 seconds, it's going to send an email if it has one. So I'm going to get a lot of emails. Let me make sure that the email address is set right. It's not really going to a real mail server. It's going to a test one. And it just needs to be one of the mailboxes configured. That's not the right config file. Stage. What was that? That's getting in my way. Stage. Config. Mailbox. Alex. Okay, it'll go to Alex. So every 15 seconds, it might queue an email to Alex. Okay. Yeah, I guess we'll give it a try. Here we go. YOLO. Let's see if it sends any emails. Oh, interesting. We're having a cluster issue. Interesting, and I just got a ban. Authentication timeout. Why? I need to turn that back off. I wonder if it's just taking a long time to generate the email. Oh yeah, there was a bunch of mails queued, I think. Oh, now it's just everything's crapped out. I wonder why. It can't... Server 10 is stuck, apparently. It just killed 10, and it just restarted it again. Yeah, server 10 is having issues. Interesting. Is server 10, like, completely hosed? What do you think is going on server 10? Ooh. That looks messed up. Oh, is it because I have word wrap on? How do I turn that off? Wrap. Yeah, that's what it was. It did try to send some mails. I wonder if any of them got through. Oh, wow. How long is that line? 403,000 characters long? What? Okay. I think the messages are too big. That's why. Yeah, that shouldn't be 403,000 lines, characters long. Why is that so long? Hold on, let's isolate that line and then format that as JSON. And then format. Interesting. So it's not long. Oh no, the body is long. Why is the body so long? Oh, what happened here? Oh, no, that's fine. Is it the file was just long? Huh. Interesting. Maybe that file was getting huge. Yeah, 402,000 characters long. That's probably why it got stuck. So, you know what I'm going to do is I'm just going to, now that this cluster is offline, I'm just going to wipe the journals. Goodbye, journal. Nice knowing you. It'll just recover from the last snapshot is what it'll do. And then 11. Goodbye, 11's journal. Nice knowing you. And then 12's journal. I should probably clean up some of these old snapshots too. Goodbye. And then let's just get the cluster back recovered, shall we? Okay. So we are recovered. Now the other window. We're recovered. So next question is, do I have any daily reports queued up? Daily.jsons. Okay, there's one. So what does that one have in it? Leader, stats roundup, leader, a bunch of stats roundups. I wonder if these stats roundups are just too big. There's probably a ton of them accumulating the last run. That's probably why. So the report was just enormous. That makes me think that I shouldn't put the actual body of the email in the journal like that. I should have it put somewhere else. Like a separate file, and then just have a reference to the file's location. It's just then every server would have to have a copy of it. I'll have to think about that. Anyway, let's just delete that. Daily log. And then it creates a new one. That's fine. Delete it again. And I'm going to change this back to 15 second intervals. And we'll just run it for a minute or so. It should generate. Let me see if some of those emails got through, actually. These are some of those old emails. Close those guys. All right, did we get any emails through? We did get one. Actually, they worked, though. So I can actually look at this. Open it with code, and I should see it here. Hey, look at that. So we got one successful daily report from server 11. How nice. All right, I'll try again. I built it, right? And we're running it one more time. Don't crash, please. Don't crash, don't crash, don't crash. Okay, didn't crash. All right. There is a daily report from 10, so that should be emailed to me within 15 seconds. Okay, there we go. Sent an email to, okay, the 2 doesn't show me who it's sending it to. I need to change that message. But it did send me one just now. Let me see it. There it is. Server 10 report. What's in the report? The leader message. All right, cool. So we're done with that report. And then 15 seconds later, it sent another one. And that report has what in it? A stats roundup. So actually, yeah, every 15 seconds we're going to get a report from server 10, aren't we? Yep. I think it's working. Just waiting. There we go. There's another one. So each of these should be like 15 seconds apart. Yeah, look at that. 12:15, 12:30, 12:45. I think it's working. The only thing I might want to change is in this diagnostic message, I should probably have it, instead of saying to ... I should say to system administrator or something like that. All right. I'm satisfied. We can hit Control C on that. And actually, let me run it one more time to make sure it doesn't resend those mails. It shouldn't send those again. It might send a new one, but... Okay, there it sent one. Yeah, okay, cool. I am happy with that. I'm just going to hit Control C. I'm going to put that back to a daily and check it in and go eat lunch. So we'll try to put this online on the cluster on Monday, and I'll probably do work over the weekend to prep for that. It's like I need an SSL certificate. I need to set up an EC2 instance. I need to put the credentials on there. I'll probably test the email stuff because I haven't actually tested that yet. Or maybe that's what we do Monday. I don't know. I'm happy that I got that to work, that I can send email with attachments. Let me check that in. And then we'll have to raid someone. All right. Well, you're welcome, Tropical Banana Man. Let me check in this stuff. Let's make sure I got this right. Let me check this in separately because that's fixing a specific test. Fix broken unit test. A follower server won't delete the daily log until it knows who the cluster leader is. So we need to have it become a follower. And then daily report mail. That's the template goes in there. So that goes with that. Then maybe I should check these in together. Add daily report mail template. Okay. Right, the Q mail. I suppose I should test that too. It should just work. Yeah, let me make a note that I should test that at some point. So, note. Need to test ability for a follower server to send an email via a Q mail message to leader. I'll do that at some point. And then this is some of that handling the mixed message. Oh, another note. Need to refactor the mail construction methods so that things such as MIME type or content types, attachment file names, etc. are not hard-coded. Yeah, otherwise that'll be embarrassing. Every attachment's called daily JSON, no matter what it is. Because it's hard-coded now. I can prove it too. See, it's hard-coded daily JSON. I'll have to fix that. So we basically just add the machinery to send daily report mails. Send daily reports as emails to the game admin. Oh, before I hit that button, let me fix the dot issue. This yo dog. Oh, funny. I actually have that string in a unit test. All right. Yeah, here it is. So, right. So let's make a special case here, because why not? If... Oh, and I want to avoid that too, don't I? Is this sender used for anything but the name? No. Oh, I don't want to do that either. Yeah, so there's certain things I don't want to do here, right? If sender ID is 0, so this moves into here, definitely. This, it's a different message to the administrators. And this doesn't need to be formatted, so it's just string with no argument. All right. I don't need to do that unless it's actually sending to a user, right? That I still want to do. And I still want to do that. So this becomes conditional. That moves into here. And is it okay that that's done before that? Let me see. Yeah, it's just adding something. Oh, while I'm at it, I should fix this bug. Because this is not correct either. That should be a now. I'll sneak that fix in while I'm at it. Yeah, because otherwise it won't wait one period. If it went through a dry stretch, it should still wait. All right. Build it, run the unit tests, and if they all pass, I'll be happy, and I'll commit it, and then be done. Yep. Actually, I can move that inside here too. I think that'll work. Commit. Git GC, git push. Okay, so what I did today, I finished up the daily report metrics, and I did the formatting and publishing it to the game's administrators. So between now and Monday, I'll probably do this off stream. Monday, I will try to put this thing online. So that will be interesting. I don't know how much of it I can stream, because there's stuff like tokens and email addresses and IP addresses and other like secrets and keys and stuff I can't show on stream. We'll see though. So that's what we're going to be doing on Monday. So I'll be back on Monday. I hope you guys have a great weekend. I'll be back on Monday at 10 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time, which is 1700 hours UTC. Start building with sanitizers enabled. Sanitizers. Sanitizers. I'm not sure what you mean. Yeah, we'll see, failed reality. We might be a failed launch, but hopefully not. I just want to see who's streaming right now. I already know who I want to raid. Oh. I hate it when I'm going to click a link and then the view scrolls and I end up clicking on something else. Undefined behavior. Oh. Undefined behavior sanitizer. Did I not capture that in my notes? Oh, you had told me about it. Did I not put it here in the notes? Twitch personal information, which I don't want to show. I guess I didn't capture it. Let me make a note of that to search to find that again. To find the undefined behavior sanitizer. I'm going to change it to American English. There we go. It's a flag I can give to the compiler. Okay, well, I'll look that up. Oh right, I remember you telling me about that with Clang, right? Yeah, I'll look that up, and I'll take a look at that. Oh wow, okay. I'm gonna raid this guy who none of you know this guy, but yeah, we're gonna raid him. I'm gonna hit the button now. That's okay with you guys. GCC has the same implementation. That's cool. All right, looking forward to it. All right, hitting the button now, and hope you guys have a great weekend. See ya. Bye. Bye bye.